couldn't do a thing like that to me. What on earth did I do to this?
Suicide is a practice that is fast gaining dominance in Nigeria. Suicide is the intentional act of taking one's life. Within the first quarter of 2017 alone, many Nigerians have subscribed to suicide as a means to escaping depression, severe anxiety, acute stress, terminal diseases, lack of money or hope for survival, mental disorder, or even a heartbreak. The World Health Organization revealed that no fewer than 1 million people die annually from suicide, which represents a global mortality rate of 16 people per 100,000 or 1 death in every 40 seconds. It is also a fact that approximately 10 to 20 million people attempt suicide every year. But is anything worth dying for?
Oh my God.
Suicide is a major public health concern, but it is preventable. Talk to someone when you feel depressed. You can also prevent others from a suicide attempt by contacting the Nigerian Suicide Prevention Initiative on 080-621-06493 or 080-921-06493. Choose to live today because life is beautiful. This message is powered by your premium talk radio, Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people, Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
Calling from Unipro.
Okay, thank you so much from Unipro. We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And you also stay here. Don't worry. This government.
For that station, John.
Yeah, don't you worry, you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that.
Solutions.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are.
Yes, you're a slave. Let's not get to that now. But in Nigeria, that is philosophizing.
You spot the difference now?
Nigeria is more than a geographical expanse of land spreading from the north down to the south. Nigeria is the people that live in it. You are Nigerian. I am Nigerian. We are Nigeria. Nigeria gets better when we do. And there is no limit to the little things we could all do to make Nigeria a country we will be proud to call our own. Little things that matter, done for the love of Nigeria, is all we need to make Nigeria better and greater. This message is powered by Today95.1 FM.
Every day on Today95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us. It's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation on Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1FM, or join us on the number 0701-933-9962. That's our WhatsApp application. Be informed, be educated, and have fun. We are Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Ask any nationalist alive today. Read any of their memoirs, biographies, and autobiographies. Go through many historical fragments in Nigeria, colonial era materials, anti-colonial reports and theses. The name variously mentioned is part of the sword or spade that helped in the destruction of the colonial enemy, or excavated the dirty politicking during the struggle for independence in Nigeria. One of these names that will pop up is Sa'adu Zungur. Testimonies upon testimonies, the Azikiwais, the Aminu Kanus, the Awolowas, the Tafawa Balewas, the Abubakar Imams all knew the reap the bounties of post-colonial power and popularity, not because they only sweated hard for it, but because of the looming presence of such people like Sa'adu Zungur at the background. But who then was Sa'adu Zungur? If you ask me, I would say he was nobody but a missing chapter in the hurriedly organized historiographical sketch of Nigeria's nationalist struggle. Sa'adu Zungur was nobody but an obscure signpost at the Kano State Triumph Publishing Company building named after him. Sa'adu Zungur was but another small, obscure, and unpopular street named after him in Bauchi State. Sa'adu Zungur was that insignificant person posthumously wrapped in a degree by the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, without most of us knowing or caring about the event. Now, let me tell you a bit about Sa'adu Zungur. Born in 1915 at Ganjua ward of Bauchi City, Ahmed Mahmoud Sa'ad Zungur was popularly known as Sa'adu. Completed his early education in Bauchi and proceeded to Katsina for teacher's training. He later attended the Kano School of Hygiene and also Royal School of Hygiene with matriculation in London, England. He graduated with distinction. The influence of his scholarly family and knowledge he acquired early influenced his life significantly. His father, Mohammed Bello, spoke not only the local city language Hausa, but also Fulfulde and Arabic fluently. Gifted with something of a photographic memory, Saadu was described as a brilliant student of Quranic interpretation, that's called tafsir, grammar, na'al, jurisprudence, and theology, and had a great appetite for learning. Malam Salman, a cousin of Saad, once said that Saadu thinks and ponders a lot over issues, and the family was concerned that he will always be either reading, writing, or in deep thought only. He used both his formal, Western, and religious knowledge to confront the wrongs in his society. With his Western education, he became the thorn in the flesh of British colonial administration, to the extent that they practically banned everyone from giving him an employment. At that time, an employment ban by a colonial administrator practically means a hopeless unemployment situation, as there was virtually no private sector. Zungur was not deterred. It was later that he formed the first political forum for Northern youths and then, much later, for grown-ups, the first ever recorded UPDOF. He not only initiated activism against foreign control, he led it with a lot of courage and resolve. His greatest assets were his intellectual and poetic gifts and his convincing writings. Though an effective campaigner for social justice, Saadu's mode of operation, however, was not devoid of respect for his elders and leadership. He was assertive and appeared never to give up on what he believed to be right. Saadu was genuinely a man ahead of his time. In a speech he gave at Kaduna in 1948, 12 years before the realization of Nigerian independence from colonial rule, Saadu described the situation before the nation. He drew analogies to wake the people up from their slumber, that self-government by any name is way ahead of a vote for control by foreigners in one's land. In presenting his ideas at Kaduna, Saadu drew the analogy of the propaganda that fanned slavery, where the European establishments were telling the world that the Negro was not educatable because he was not a complete human being. And now, he said, to maintain a grip on their colonies in Africa, they're telling the world that African colonies are not ready to govern themselves. If anyone should buy that ridiculous idea, he suggested, it should not be the Africans themselves. Saadu was a writer who did not relent until he breathed his last. His appeal across religious and ethnic lines provided him with opportunities to write columns, articles, and serialized publications for both Northern and Southern publications. He described himself as a thinker whose faculties for thought and expression were out of his control. He believed it was his calling to live for justice and spread it as far and wide as he could. His passion for writing instead of speaking, he says, is born out of his ill health on the one hand, and also his personality of humility and soft speech. Saadu suffered from a suspicious undiagnosed ailment that some later described as possibly asthma, others as tuberculosis. Being a thorn in the sides of both colonial and local leadership in his struggle for justice and fair treatment of his fellow beings, neither of the authorities, native or foreign, bothered to provide adequate treatment. At a time when private treatment was expensive and out of reach for common man, it sealed Saadu's fate, and he remained unemployed for a greater part of his adult life. Most of the services he provided were voluntary and free. He offered free service whenever he got the chance and later succumbed to his ailment in his midlife. It is reported that he died at the age of 43. Saadu left behind a far more liberated Nigeria, of which very little of its population knew who Ahmed Mahmoud Saad Zungur was.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
Solutions.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we
are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're a slave.
Let's not do that now. So in Nigeria, that was rap is philosophizing.
You spot the difference now?
Welcome to Exotic Places. It's an exotic show that takes you to the most beautiful locations across the length and breadth of Africa. We'll bring you music, we'll bring you food, we'll bring you sounds, and if we could, we'll bring you touch of these beautiful places from right here in our studios, Today 95.1 FM. Can be sure that every Saturday, this episode and even much more will come your way.
كان مني سوءا فإني بك اعتصامي وأحط ذنبي وأحيي قلبي فأنت ربي محيي العظام.
Mauritania, officially the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. It's a sovereign country in northwest Africa. It is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the west, Western Sahara to the north and northeast, Algeria to the northeast, Mali to the east and southeast, and Senegal to the southwest. Mauritania is the 11th largest country in Africa and the 28th largest in the world, and 90% of its territory is situated in the Sahara. Most of its population of 4.4 million lives in the temperate south of the country, with roughly 1/3 concentrated in the capital, in the largest city, Nouakchott, located on the Atlantic coast. The country's name derives from the ancient Berber kingdom of Mauritania, located in North Africa within the ancient Maghreb. Berbers occupied what is now known as Mauritania, beginning in the 3rd century AD. Arabs under the Umayyad Caliphate conquered the area in the late 7th century, bringing Islam, Arab culture, and the Arabic language. The ancient tribes of Mauritania were Berber, Niger-Congo, and Bafour peoples. The Bafour were among the first Saharan people to abandon their previously nomadic lifestyle and adopt a primarily agricultural one. In response to the gradual desiccation of the Sahara, they eventually migrated southward. Many Berber tribes in Mauritania fled the arrival of the Arabs to the Goa region in Mali. Other peoples also migrated south past the Sahara and into West Africa. According to a dubious Arab tradition, the Almoravids traveled south and conquered the ancient and extensive Ghana Empire around 1076. From 1644 to 1674, the indigenous peoples of the area, that is modern Mauritania, made what became their final effort to repel the Yemeni Makil, Arabs who were invading their territory. This effort, which was unsuccessful, is known as the Chabuba War. The invaders were led by the Beni Hassan tribe. The descendants of the Beni Hassan warriors became the upper stratum of Moorish society. Hassaniya, a Bedouin Arabic dialect named for the Beni Hassan, became the dominant language among the largely nomadic population. Moreover, Arabic is the official and national language of Mauritania. The local spoken variety, known as Hassaniya, contains many Berber words and significantly differs from the modern standard Arabic that is used for official communication. Now, in the 20th or early 20th century, Mauritania was colonized by France as part of French West Africa. It achieved independence in 1960. French rule brought legal prohibitions against slavery and an end to inter-clan warfare. During the colonial period, 90% of the population remained nomadic. Gradually, many individuals belonging to sedentary peoples whose ancestors had been expelled centuries earlier began to migrate into Mauritania. Until 1960, the capital of French West Africa was St. Louis in Senegal. When Senegal gained its independence that year, France chose Nouakchott as the site of the new capital of Mauritania. At the time, Nouakchott was little more than a fortified village. After Mauritanian independence, larger numbers of indigenous sub-Saharan peoples, the Halpula, the Soninke, and Wolof, migrated into it. Most of them setting in the area north of the Senegal River. Many of these new arrivals had been educated in the French language and French customs and became clerks, soldiers, and administrators in the new state. At the same time, the French were militarily suppressing the most intransigent Hasni tribes in the north. French pressure on those tribes altered the existing balance of power, and new conflicts arose between the southern population and the Moors. Slavery persisted in Mauritania despite it being outlawed. It is the result of a historical caste system, resulting in the descent-based slavery. Those enslaved are darker-skinned Haratin, with their owners being lighter-skinned Moors. The Great Sahel droughts of the 1970s caused massive devastation in Mauritania, exacerbating problems of poverty and conflict. The Arabized dominant elites reacted to changing circumstances and to Arab nationalist calls from abroad by increasing pressure to Arabize many aspects of Mauritanian life, such as law and the education system. This was also a reaction to the consequences of the French domination under the colonial rule. Various models for maintaining the country's cultural diversity have been suggested, but none have been successfully implemented. The ethnic discord was evident during the intercommunal violence that broke out in April 1989, the Mauritania-Senegal border war, but it has since subsided. Mauritania expelled some 70,000 sub-Saharan African Mauritanians in the late 1980s. Ethnic tensions and the sensitive issue of slavery, past and in some areas present, are still powerful themes in the country's political debate. A significant number from all groups seek a more diverse and pluralistic society. Despite an abundance of natural resources including iron ore and petroleum, Mauritania remains poor. Its economy is based primarily on agriculture, livestock, and fishing. Mauritania is known for its poor human rights record, most notably the continued practice of slavery, a result of a historical caste system between the Bidan and the Haratin. It was the last country in the world to abolish slavery in 1981 and criminalized it only in 2007. Now, a quick look at its government. The Mauritanian parliament is composed of a single chamber, the National Assembly. Composed of 157 members, representatives are elected for a 5-year term in single-seat constituencies. Until 2017, the parliament had an upper house, the Senate. The Senate had 56 members, 53 members elected for a 6-year term by municipal councillors with a 1/3 renewed every 2 years, and 3 members elected by Mauritanians abroad. It was abolished in 2017 after a referendum. President Mohamed Ould Abdelaziz called for the referendum in August 2017 after the Senate rejected his proposals to change the constitution. The president of Mauritania is directly elected by absolute majority popular vote in 2 rounds if needed for a 5-year term, eligible for a second term. The last election was held on the 22nd of June 2019, next scheduled for 22nd of June 2024. The prime minister is appointed by the president.
If you are ever going to visit Mauritania, here are 10 best places to visit and things to do in Mauritania. The deserts of West Africa are largely romanticized in the tales of discoveries of the past. It is a place that attracts and draws travelers, and yet the vast and harsh terrain is also sometimes feared. Here in this region, the country of Mauritania is located. It is filled with history and delights to satisfy all the senses. The beautiful rich orange landscape of the desert, which covers most of the country, is contrasted with the hustle and bustle of Nouakchott, the capital. And between the two are very vast array of different experiences to encounter the sights to behold. Now here are 10 things you can do in Mauritania. 1. Visit Nouakchott. The busy streets of Nouakchott with its low and high-rise buildings, old housing and noisy traffic is not much different from many other capitals around the world. However, it is a curious city filled with life at any time of the day. The clamor and chaos of the market are undoubtedly one of the best things to experience in Mauritania. For fresh fish and seafood, nothing much compares to the Nouakchott fish market, which heaves with freshly captured seafood every morning. The city has basic housing and residences to dwell in. If you stop here after spending time in the unforgiving Sahara Plains, then the basic amenities will feel like palace luxuries. Another thing you can do is go bird spotting. Bank Daragouin for bird spotting. When you think of Mauritania, you mostly think of the desert. However, there is much to explore for the curious traveler. Bank Daragouin is a stunning sanctuary at the UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is a vast area located on the northern coast of the country and filled with breathtaking and diverse creatures. It is the home to a spot where one of the largest amounts of migratory birds pass through annually. It is truly a delightful place where you can spot and marvel at incredible species of birds. 3. Relax in the oasis town of Terajit. This quaint little oasis town is a magnet for travelers looking for a different experience. Filled with beautiful green palms which create a canopy thick enough to mask the entire sky, it is a scene which contrasts greatly with the emptiness of the rest of the country. It is at night that the miracle of nature truly unfolds. Glowing insects crawl along the riverbank, while crickets chirp their way through the night, which fills the entire surroundings with a haunting symphony. The charming environment is relaxing, and you can stay in the palm grove and take it all in for a modest fee. Number 4. Indulge in a dish of Fable Indian. No trip to this beautiful country will be complete without a taste of the traditional Fable Indian, pronounced Chez Boinjin. This is a coastal dish made with fish and rice. The sauce that accompanies the dish is flavored with bright and aromatic tomatoes with a sweet, rich and tangy taste. Finish off with sweet Mauritanian tea, and this is definitely one meal you will crave to have again. Okay, and this reminds me of the staple rice and stew delicacy in Nigeria. Number 5. Explore Oandane. It is essential to explore and visit the dust-covered town of Oandane. Located deep in the Mauritanian Sahara, it is a town of haunting beauty and history that can be read on the surfaces of its abandoned buildings. It is inhabited sparingly. However, exploring winding paths and alleyways of this town will give you a taste of life in the arid and harsh desert environment. You will come across the occasional Berber nomad selling his craft, which make for quaint souvenirs and gifts. Number 6. Experience the iron ore train. Sounds interesting, yes. The iron ore train will be truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience that will give you a taste of the desert terrain like little else. Since the roads in Mauritania are often just simply dusty and windy tracks, public transport does not really exist. That is, besides the spectacular existence of the iron ore train, this humongous 3-kilometer train leaves daily from Nouadhibou to Chao. There are around 20 dusty and rattly cars and carriages. Taking the train needs a little preparation. Be sure to take along at least 3 liters of water per person, as well as easy-to-eat snacks. The evenings and nights can also be drastically chilly compared to the day, so a few layers of clothing is also essential. Goggles to protect your eyes is also a must, since the sand and dust will be unavoidable as the train tumbles through the unforgiving desert terrain for a ride lasting around 13 hours. Number 7. Ride a camel. Whether you decide to do this in Chaum, the end of the iron ore train, or at another point during your stay in Mauritania, riding the sheep of the desert is a must. Surrounded by beautiful tumbling sand dunes and with endless pourings of tea and chatter from the Boudins, riding a camel through the desert is a wonderful experience that will keep you grounded in the present like little else. Number 8. A trip to Tikrit. For architecture enthusiasts, the partly abandoned town of Tikrit is a wonder to visit. The vernacular designs of the old buildings are a curious sight, and there are numerous ancient houses still standing in good shape. The use of colored quarry stones is particular to this town, and it brings a splash of color to the otherwise monotone environment. The Tikrit minaret stands supreme in the area. The whole town is wonderful to explore by foot. Number 9. Drive along the coast. While inland Mauritania is mostly desert, the coast is full of vast and beautiful desert beaches. You can easily hire an SUV and ride along to enjoy the coastal air. There are several points popular with swimmers and fishermen for you to explore and enjoy. There are not many hotels along the beach. However, the coast is a perfect destination for a day trip. Finally, at number 10, camp in the desert. Sounds like a great experience, right? A trip to a desert country like Mauritania necessitates a night basking under the starry skies. The vast orange sands provides the perfect environment for an evening meal around a campfire, followed by tea and pleasant conversation. Turn off your flashlight and gaze upon the thousands of heavenly lamps that will emerge, making a breathtaking sight. Be sure to take warm clothes for any drops in temperature and check the forecast to make sure that there is no sandstorm due. Now, just in case you missed the top 10 spots to visit in Mauritania, here is a quick summary. This little known and not often visited country has a whole range of peculiar and wonderful sights to see and experiences to try. Protected from the damages that hefty and burdensome tourism can often leave behind, there is an ample untouched beauty, such as along the spectacular coastal beaches and within its vast deserts of Mauritania. From riding the age-old iron ore train to wandering through ruins of ancient towns and villages, this is a country for those who have a thirst for adventure that only the extraordinary will quench. If you are in Mauritania and you want to have the best cuisine and the taste of them, I will definitely recommend this menu. Number 1. Immigrant Women's Mullet Botarga. In Mauritania, small-scale fishing is threatened by most foreign industrial fleets, which plunder its waters, resulting in serious problems for the local community. Industrial fishing boats typically hire local fishermen, and the fish is frozen and taken to Europe or North Africa for processing purposes. And as a result, there are serious damages. About 50% of mullet stocks are at risk, and the fish processing methods, including production of botarga, have been abandoned, as they were traditionally practiced by the local immigrant women. Nowadays, only a few of them are able to continue with the production of botarga to make a living. That is something you should definitely taste. So number 2 on the menu is the Mauritanian pepper steak with coconut. Sounds delicious already. This exotic Mauritanian dish is prepared with an unusual combination of flavors and ingredients. Thinly sliced steak is fried in hot oil together with garlic, black pepper, bell peppers, chilies, tobacco sauce, and coarsely shredded coconut. The dish is finished by adding coconut water, soy sauce, and bouillon cubes into the pan, then stirring it all over low heat until the sauce is smooth and thickens to a desired consistency. It is recommended to serve this flavored dish with steamed white rice on the side, acting as a palate cleanser. Now, I'm already salivating for this. If you haven't tried it, probably this should be one of the things you should try in your house. It's called the Mauritanian pepper steak with coconut. Number 3 on the menu is called Caravane. Sounds like a quintessential English food. But let's get to find out. Caravane is a unique cheese from Mauritania, made from pasteurized camel's milk. The first caravan was made by Nancy at Beidara Hemain in the early 1990s. The teas has a soft, tender texture with a wide-colored, bloomy range. Its flavor is creamy, slightly salty, and delicately sweet. Caravan is often used in dips, cakes, and appetizers, while its unusual flavor makes it an ideal accompaniment to a glass of red wine. Wow! This is something I definitely want to try. Number 4 on the menu has a festive name to it. Guess what? It's called Bonava. Now, Bonava is a traditional stew originating from Mauritania. It's made with lamb and potatoes as well as the main ingredients. Other ingredients include thinly sliced onion, bay leaves, white vinegar, peanut oil, and chili powder, optionally for added spiciness. The stew is simmered until the potatoes and the meat become tender and the sauce develops a thick consistency. In the Mauritanian desert, the nomads still sometimes prepare bonava in the sand. Wow! It's recommended to serve the stew piping hot with flatbreads on the side. Now that would sound like the conventional bread and stew delicacy we have over here in Nigeria. A number 5 on the list today is a cuisine called lexor. Sounds like a French word. Lexor is a traditional lamb stew originating from northern Mauritania. It's always served over millet pancakes. The stew is made with pieces of lamb, tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, and bell peppers. While the pancakes are made with a combination of wheat flour, millet flour, and salt. When served, the pancakes are arranged on a platter and the stew is spooned over them while still warm. The dish is typically consumed by rolling up the stew in the pancakes and eating it with your right hand. Now, what will happen if I eat it with my left hand? I really don't know. Probably you should not do that so you don't break the traditions of the Mauritanian people. But this is all we have for the cuisines you would definitely want to try when you get to Mauritania.
And now to the music. The music of Mauritania comes predominantly from the country's largest ethnic group, the Moors. In Moorish society, musicians occupied the lowest caste called Igaween. Musicians from this caste used songs to praise successful warriors as well as their patrons. Igaween also had the traditional role of messengers, spreading news between villages. In modern Mauritania, professional musicians are paid by anybody to perform. Affluent patrons sometimes record the entertainment rather than the musicians themselves and then are considered to own the recording. There are 3 ways to play music in the Mauritanian tradition. 1. Al-Baida, the white way, associated with delicate and refined music, and the Bidan, Moors of the North African stock. And you've got the Al-Kahla, the black way, associated with roots and masculine music, and the Haratin, Moors of the sub-Saharan stock. And thirdly, you have the Al-Ginadia, the mixed or spotted way. In spite of the rarity of female musicians in Mauritania, the most famous Moorish musician is a woman, Dimi Mint Abba. Dimi's parents were both musicians. Her father had been asked to compose the Mauritanian national anthem, and she began playing at an early age. Her professional career began in 1976 when she sang on the radio and then competed the following year. In the Kulthum contest in Tunis, her winning song, Saud El Fan, has the refrain, Art's plume in a balsam, a weapon and a guide, enlightening the spirit of men, which can be interpreted to mean that artists play a more important role than warriors in society. Mauritanian music is representative of two worlds, the Berber people of North Africa and the rhythmic energy of Sub-Saharan Africa. Musicians in the country are finding ways of merging traditional music with contemporary sounds. Traditional instruments are tidnit, it's like a lute from, and it's mostly played by the men. And then ardin, it's like a harp form, and it's played mostly by the women. It is said that tidnit is the ancestor of American banjo, and ardin is very similar to kora, the traditional harp of Malian groits.
على قبر نزار من البعد والسلام ونعض على الطهر يا ربي وسلام على قارون طبه منانا وعلى انت رسوله يا الله دورك من نحو المدينة قال.
Here are some fun facts of Mauritania as we continue to look at that awesome country. The South Sahara Desert covers 2/3 of Mauritania, and this is growing too as the frequency of droughts increase. It is also home to the Eye of Sahara, or the Eye of Africa, a phenomenal Richard structure that looks like a giant bull's eye from space, caused by an uplifted dome that eroded to expose an onion-like layer of rocks. It measures an incredible 45 kilometers. It is not visible from ground level though. Humans only discovered the immensity of the structure with the age of space travel. It's also home to the world's largest train lines. The iron ore train, or Train du Desert, is one of the world's longest train lines. It measures around 3 kilometers and connects the port of Nadebo to the iron ores of Zurarat. Opened in 1963, it runs a daily service that wheezes iron and passengers, very brave passengers, I must say, 7,004 kilometers across the Sahara Desert. The train comprises 3 or 4 locomotives and a passenger carriage. Each car can carry up to 84 tons of iron, and the whole journey takes around 20 hours. Mauritania is home to the world's largest sheep graveyard too. Ever thought about where ships head after their service life? Dismantling large boats is costly, but some of the more unscrupulous owners found an easier and cheaper solution: the Bay of Nadebo. At the moment, there are about 300 vessels here in the water and on land. From the 1980s, hundreds of ships made their way here, also spurred by the nationalization of the country's fishing industry. Mauritanian authorities allowed uncensored dumping of ships after receiving bribes. Fishing trawlers, naval cruisers, cargo vessels, and all manner of boats now sit in the shallow waters, decaying or scavenged. But one positive outcome has seen a boom in the local fishing trade. The boats created new habitats for fish and marine life. Mauritania is also the newest country in Africa, or shall I say one of Africa's newest oil producers. In 2001, the Australian Woodside Petroleum Company discovered the Chinguetti oil field off the Mauritanian coast in 800 meters water depth. It has potential reserves of approximately 120 million barrels of oil. In 2019, the oil and gas explorer Cosmos Energy made one of the largest discoveries of natural gas in the waters offshore Mauritania, where it sees potential to extract 50 trillion cubic feet of gas, around 8.9 billion barrels of oil. And now I leave you with the last song from Mauritania, the country born of sands and wind.
أنا صوتي لحني وفني عمري لك أنت يا وطن يا وطن همك كبير ووحشة وقلبي وأنا بعيد
Cafonia no sebe Mahundo gole Opera petit degeye Oduna mabono Emununda sanko kile keoga mesamana Nampal khale kham kham gir subanyu amdam Yabako ben gam gam Wana ñu bako jam jam Fexe ba faj suñu jam jam Suñu jam ak salam
يا بلادي يا تراب جدادي أرضي وحبابي أنا نبقي يا بلادي يا تراب جدادي أرضي وحبابي أنا نبقي يا بلادي يا تراب جدادي أرضي وحبابي أنا نبقي
حق حق ولاهي كذبة حييك تحية غنيت أغنية تمنيت أمنية نجيك اليوم يا بلادي تراب جدادي أرض أحبابي أنا فؤادي ميت فيه يا بلادي تراب جدادي أرض أحبابي أنا فؤادي ميت فيك عمري لك انت يا وطن يا وطن هم كبير ووحشة وقلبي وانا بعيد عنك يا وطن يا وطن يا وطن يا وطن يا وطن يا وطن.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution. So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he is holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If
you're a slave. Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian Frank is philosophical.
You spot the difference now?
Red is passion. Pink is for unconditional love. Blue is for loyalty. While black is secretive and mysterious.
Baby, tonight,
let's talk about love. The passion, the bliss, the betrayal, and everything in between. on Lovey Dovey. Mondays to Thursdays from 11 p.m. Beneath the Night Sky with D. Amaka Felix on Today 95.1 FM.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, now offense.
Una don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? When I talk about market, do you think I just go climb from 3 alone in this video?
So, yeah, you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why, man?
Come on, let me try it. Baby girl, don't you fight it. You know that I like it. Let me hear you say, hey, yo.
Check it out. What you know about a young Nigerian to make a lot of money with the little work experience? Get some experience in other things like finding a shortcut and that applies to tonight. You rotate slow, make me wanna say, I had to tell her that my man on channel O, so she could bring her friends over for a little show. She wanna see the NATO see with no shades off, but she don't know superheroes never get days off. Some say you got a grip on Giddy, but I'd rather hold a girl who could be real with me. She rotate slow, make me wanna say, me and Diary sitting in the chalet, I'm telling them about the sweet thing I met on Friday.
Come on, let me try it. Baby girl, don't you fight it. You know that I like it. Let me hear you say, hey, yo. Come on, let me bite it. You know that you want it. It's NATO and Dari. Let me hear you say, hey, yo. I've been keeping a close eye on you, my lady. You've noticed that for some reason you're delayed. In all my life I never seen such high quality. That's why I got to get with you this lady. Come on, let me try and love you just the way you are. Girl, you look just like one of them super movie stars. I don't care what anybody says, you been around. Girl, I wanna let you know I hold you been driving me crazy. I can't control these feelings, you know that I'm lazy. So please stop making this your love and just stay days me. Hey. Come on, let me try and love you just the way you are. Hey. Girl, you look just like one of them super movie stars. I don't care what anybody says, you ain't around. Girl, I wanna let you know I hold you down. Stay. Come on, let me try. Baby girl, don't you fight. You know that I like it. Let me hear you say, hey, yo. Come on, let me bite. You know that you want it. It's Leo and Darren. Let me hear you say, hey, yo. Stay here with me. Stay here with me. What you know about a young Nigerian to make a lot of money with the little work experience? What you know about a young Nigerian to make a lot of money with the little work experience?
It's another one. Loopy. Chocolate city.
And the ladies say, ooh, who do this beat? It's the type of jam can get me up on my feet. Rock me slow and so sweet. Come on, feel the heat. The ladies say, ooh, who do this song? It's the type of jam I've been wanting for so long. Rock me slow and so strong. Let's get it on. There's one short black boy with a very big. He flow like Jigga, yeah, he sound like Nas. Maybe he's the best. Nigeria's own Kanye West for the West, and the rest beat their chest. The rest wanna test, but M isn't impressed. What he spits got the power to lift like cannabis. Analysts and panelists asking, can they handle this? The microphone vandalist, the son of the evangelist. Yo, but people wondering who put together Loopy crew, and who make Chocolate City bank account blue. Who is the rapper the people are listening to? Yo, yes, it's one short black dude. His real name Jude, but his friends call him Judo. M is just a pseudo, I is the real thing. For example, put my music on, and the ladies sing. Who do these beats? It's the type of jam can get me up on my feet. Rock me slow and so sweet. Come on, feel the heat. The ladies say, ooh, who do this song? It's the type of jam I've been wanting for so long. Rock me slow and so strong. Let's get it on. It's one short black boy from the city called Jay. Always knew that he was gonna rap his own way. No matter what haters and critics say, he know he will, cause if there's a will, there's a way. He broke the crowd mentality, reality with quality and no formality could solace his originality. With no profanity or vanity, but sanity and music for humanity, he's gonna take the planet. He is just a short black guy. You might see him at the next show looking fly, wearing something DKNY from NY. Ladies, don't be afraid to say hi. And later on at the club, if you feel you seen the guy you wanna hug, but the DJ ain't playing the right thing, tell him to play the song, cause it make the ladies sing. Who do these beats? It's the type of jam can get me up on my feet. Rock me slow and so sweet. Come on, feel the heat. The ladies say, ooh, who do this song? It's the type of jam I've been wanting for so long. Rock me slow and so strong. Let's get it on. What?
It's another one. Loopy. Chocolate city.
Love
radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You all know what it is. Yeah. Cause right about now, I want your ladies out here. Come on. I feel it before when I do it again. It's got a burst, this ain't got no time for game. You know my name, G.O. the way the S.O.M. If you really want a body, better jump in that book. Cause with your body like this, you know I can walk it.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a federal mention? Do you think I used to fly from 3 alone in this building?
So, yeah, you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why, man? I will not get out.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
So your girl, shit.
Playground.
Okay then. Okay, alright. It's all good.
Let's do it.
How to make back this.
How we do.
Okay. Alright. It all began like the other day you came. See how the things you had to release off of pain. The whole face smile got me all crying. Girl, you came back, my life was all trying. I can't just deny this. Look at how you doing. Oh God, your face make me whole by the new one. God knows how you made me smile, girl. God knows how you made me cry when you lied, girl. So it's so good.
2, dreams come true. Here I come, baby, looking out for you. 3, 4, look on your door. Baby, you're the woman I'm crazy for. 5, 6, pick you at 6. It's about time we stop playing those tricks. 7, 8, won't be late. We'll be going out on a special day. I'm lonely, waiting for your love to set me free. If you want me, baby, I'll be your king. You'll be my queen. Together, I know we can reach out for the star. Come into my love boat so we can set it free.
deep cause it got me shook. You should be labeled the proof the way my heart you took. With your feminine desires, a thrilling and rush every time our lips touch. You still feeling me? Why wouldn't you just let me be your everything? We're steadily paddling our love straight to ecstasy. You hot like fire, I'm crazy in love, girl. You should be mine forever. Yeah.
Waiting for your love to set me free. Baby, I'll be okay. You be my witness. I know I can reach your golden star. Come into my love, so we can set it free. We can set it. We can set it.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Because he lives, I can face tomorrow. Because he lives, all fear is gone. Because I know he holds the future, and life is worth the living just because he lives.
Good evening, beloved listeners. I welcome you to another edition of the burden bearers of our program. It is I, God's servant, Apostle Innocent Onyogazri Henry. Let us pray. We adore you tonight because you are our God We ask our God that your word that comes forth will be a blessing to every one of us, that your name be glorified even this night. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I bring to us the word of God titled, A Destroyed Future. A Destroyed Future. What does this mean? There are people that are alive today, but even before they came into life, or while they are stepping into life, their destinies have been destroyed. There are people that walked into this world, even though brought forth like every other child, but before they arrived, all that would make them to be like every other child and every other person have been destroyed. Some others were brought in dead, what they call BID, brought in dead into the world. They're already dead, but they are moving all over the place. You see them alive. They are just occupying space, waiting for the time of their final exit. That is too bad. That is the bottom line of the message this night. Go with me to the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 10, verse 5 to 7. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 5 to 7. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, as an error which proceeded from the ruler. Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth. This scripture was an observation made by the wisest man that lived on earth, called Solomon, King Solomon. He was a man of adventure. He was always experimenting and writing down the results of his various experiments. And here he told us that looking through life, he saw an evil. He saw a great evil. And what was that evil? That this evil had its roots from the ruler. And who is a ruler? A ruler is anyone in charge. It can be a family, can be a community, and so forth and so on. But let's take it back to the basic, which is a family. The father, the mother, they are the rulers. And they have great power to lay foundation for their children, yet unborn or already born. So this evil that Solomon saw proceeded or had its roots from the ruler. And what was the outcome of this? Foolishness, error was set in dignity. In other words, evil was dignified. Mediocrity, unrighteousness was dignified. Whereas those who are righteous, those who are supposed to shine, are put down and their light covered. The man of God, Solomon, equally expressed his worry over the observation that he saw servants, the lowest of the people in the community, in the society, and even in the family. He saw them on horses. Those days, horses were revered as something very high. If you ride an horse, you are like flying a private jet in those days. The servants were found at the highest levels of the society and everything. Whereas those who are princes, who are actually supposed to be on top, we are found walking on foot on the earth, just as servants. And then he added to his observation in Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 8, when he said, "He that digs a pit shall fall into it, and whosoever that breaks a hedge, a serpent will bite him." What does this statement mean? It simply means that things don't just happen. Things don't just happen. There is always a cause. And somebody touches something and results would follow. Most of the problems we have is caused by ourselves as a result of the choices that were made by the rulers. For example, the parents, the community leaders, and the society leaders. The dog pits themselves fell into it, and others they were leading fell into it as well. They broke the hedge, the covering, and the serpent not only bites them, but those following them were beaten. That is the error that we are seeing in our time. Going further, to show us a practical example of what I have just said, of what parents can do to their children and what rulers can do to their subjects. Because all we are going through today is as a result of the choices that have been made. There used to be a popular comedian by name Boma Erekosima of blessed memory. He used to say that when you see the fowl playing with the sheet, drive it away, because you do not know who will eat the legs. When that fowl is playing on the sheet, you may think, leave it now. Does it concern me? But one day that fowl may be in your soup pot or your stew, and you may end up eating those legs that were playing in the sheet. Isaiah 39 verse 5 to 8. Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah, "Hear the word of the Lord of hosts. Behold, the days come that all that is in your house, and that which your fathers have laid up in store until this day, shall be carried to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith the Lord. And of your sons that shall issue from you, which you have begotten, or shall beget, they shall be taken away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon." Listen very well to verse 8. Isaiah 39 verse 8. Then said Hezekiah to Isaiah, "Good is the word of the Lord, which you have spoken." He said, "Moreover, for there shall be peace and truth in my days." This is error of the highest order. King Hezekiah, though he was a good man, he was one of the kings that ruled very well in Judah. The records speak for him. But towards the latter part of his life, we were meant to know that he was sick unto death. But through prayers and praise, God hearkened to his voice and gave him back his life. After that happened, many people, many nations, and other kings that were favorably disposed to him sent emissaries to come and congratulate him for having back his life and to show solidarity to him. And one of the people that came was the king of Babylon. Even though he didn't come in person, he sent his messengers, and they came to visit Hezekiah. And Hezekiah received them. He was happy for their visit. And he took them round the palace, took them round the place, and showed them everywhere, joyful that he was doing well to entertain his visitors. At the end of the day, when they left, God sent a messenger by the name of Prophet Isaiah to question him, to query him. And the man of God asked him, who were those people that visited you? He told him. He said, what did you show them? He said, I showed them everything. There is nothing that I withheld from them. And then he brought to him the word of God. He said, look, this is what God is saying. That God is very angry with you for what you have done. Exposing yourself and showing everything you have to strangers, to your enemies. And God is saying that the days will come when these same people that visited you today as friends will return back as enemies. And they will cut away every single thing you have shown them. Not only will they take silver and gold, they will take your sons, your daughters, and everything in the land. They will totally empty the land and take it to Babylon. And the king, in his response, instead of saying, oh God, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. God, I was just trying to be myself. I'm sorry for what I did. Guess what his response was? In verse 8, he says, wow, good is the word of the Lord which he has spoken. In other words, I don't have problems. If God has said that, he will destroy all I have labored for, carry my sons and daughters to slavery and all that. I don't have problem, as long as, if I heard you very well, that these things will happen in the later time, when I would have gone, in the time of my children, when I would no longer be alive. No problem. If God decides to do that, there's no problem. As long as I will have peace in my time. Can you imagine a human being? As long as I will have peace, prosperity, abundance, and everything works for me, whatever that happens to my children is their own cup of tea. Can you see a man making a choice for his children? Hezekiah had every opportunity to fall before God in repentance and cry for mercy, and will obtain mercy, and the judgment of God will be turned away from his own life and the children. But he said, no problem, as long as those troubles is piled up for my children, they can have it. And that is exactly what many of us parents do. That's what many of us rulers, community rulers, national leaders do. We make choices. We mortgage the destiny of entire nation, entire state, entire local government, entire community, and entire family. We mortgage it for one little gain that we are going to get. And whatever that happens thereafter is not our business. Quite unfortunate. Let us break at this point for an interlude of music and promo.
When you've prayed every prayer that you know how to pray, just remember the Lord will hear, and the answer is on its way. Our God is able, He is mighty, He is faithful, and He never sleeps, He never slumbers, He never tires of hearing our prayer. When we are weak, He becomes stronger. So rest in His love and cast all of your cares on Him. Do you
You are welcome back. This message is coming to you on the bills of the Burden Bearers Ministries Incorporated. And bringing the word of God to you is God's servant, Apostle Innocent Onyogazri Henry, the vision coordinator of the Burden Bearers Ministries Incorporated. Our ministry, Burden Bearers, is a non-denominational ministry that God has given a mandate to bring to you God's undiluted word that will bring you out of the shackles of the devil and pave way for your deliverance and glorious future. And that's why we preach the way we preach and pray the way we pray. May God bless you as you continue to receive this word. May I inform you that this program is open to sponsorship. If God lays in your heart to do so, get in touch with us through any of the telephone contacts that will be made available to you. I want you to know that we have some programs coming up within the week. On Monday, we have our weekly devotional program titled 60 Minutes with Jesus from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. on Monday. So this Monday, we have a beautiful time in the house of God. And then on Thursday, we have mentoring fellowship, discipleship fellowship. And that is 10 a.m. to 12 midday. Please, may I inform you, all of these programs hold at our headquarters, located at number 6 BBM Close, off kilometer 1.5 Iweche Road, through Eleme Junction, here in Port Harcourt. We invite you to be with us in any of our programs, and you'll be glad you did. God bless you richly. Can you take our telephone contacts? 0803 3388 933. That is 0803 3388 933. With this first number, you can get in touch with us on WhatsApp. Another number is 0803 741 6604. That is 0803 741 6604. Now let's get back to the message. If you are just tuning in, our message tonight is titled A Destroyed Future. A Destroyed Future. Now, having looked at the events in the diary of Hezekiah, the king of Judah, let's move forward and look at some more practical things that affects us even now. Like we are saying that the greatest problems ahead of us and with us at the moment lies on the choices of our fathers and rulers. There are in some communities, within my period of ministry for over 40 years, I've gone to families, I've gone to communities, I've gone to nations of the world, and some of the information about the choices of parents would shake you from your bones. I have heard of families and communities that in the time of their trouble, at the ancient time, they consulted with some satanic powers because they were going through poverty and lack and all that. They entered into covenant and pledged to the idols and powers of darkness that they should give them long life. They should give them long life and take away wealth and prosperity. Take away wealth and prosperity. Some others would say, give us wealth. We are tired of this poverty. Give us wealth and prosperity, but take away long life. Looking at these two scenarios, you will see a situation where today you get to a place, they are very wealthy. but they die untimely. There are families and communities you go to. The oldest person is 30-something years old. Yes, before they get to their 40th birthday, they die because of the choice made by their parents, their grandparents, and their ancestors. Some other places, you get there, they live long, but they are poor, abject poverty. No matter how educated they amount to nothing, because there is a choice where a pledge was made. Give us long life, but take away wealth. There are some other families and communities I have been to, and their own covenants with the devil, or the choice they made is give us few children, but give us a lot of wealth and prosperity. Some other parts, especially in Igbo land, I have heard of what they call Okoreto and Abohaludi. These are communities that entered into covenant with the devil, and they stagnated the growth and prosperity of their younger generation. Okoreto simply means the young shall not grow. And Abohaludi simply means that young ladies will not get married. No matter how beautiful they are, educated they are, they can't get married because there is a covenant speaking over their lives. And this is quite deadly, quite evil. Some parents, even today, fortify their positions in the court where they belong. Some others, for the sake of political power and other forms of things that they want for their lives, they mortgage the future of their children. I have heard of situation where parents, a man used the brain of his firstborn in exchange for power. Yes, and that child is roaming the street, useless, good for nothing, simply because the father has exchanged his brain for whatever he wanted. There are some parents, even today, that elect a particular child and say this child will succeed me in this society I belong to. And even without the knowledge of that child, the child is already turned into something else. A strange spirit is released into the child. Some children are initiated into various traditional cults, even in their infancy, such as masquerade cults, also membership, and many others. May I say that when such things as mentioned above happen in a family, the future of that child is truncated even before the child grows into adulthood. Strange spirits and powers of darkness take over that child's life. From day one of the life of that child, the person begins to swim against the tide. That is the reason for fruitless hard labor, closed doors, and frustrations in the lives of many people. Some would cry and say, witches and wizards are fighting me. Evil neighbor, they go from here to there for prayer. But that is not it. The problem is the wrong choice made for them by their parents. The summary is that the destinies are destroyed. Destinies of many people are destroyed well ahead of time. The reason for this message is to open the eyes of parents and would-be parents to the dangers we expose our God-given seed to. The need to seek deliverance for ourselves and our children cannot be overemphasized. The earlier we do, the better. Making the right choice is the way forward for us as individuals, families, communities, and society at large. What more can we say? Let's conclude with this scripture. In Matthew 7, verse 24 to 27 says, Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine, including the one that I'm just preaching this night, and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell. And great was the fall of it. This is where we draw the curtain. You have a choice to build on the sand or to build on the rock. After hearing this word, and you decide to throw it into the dustbin, you have made your choice. And that choice is that you want to build on the sand. But if you decide to turn around and look for God, look for help, and get out of the situation you have placed yourself, then you are a wise man. Remember, Jesus Christ remains the only wise choice that you can make. No other choice can be compared. Jesus Christ remains the only true foundation in a decaying world. Whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That's God's authentic promise. Jesus died to save you and I. And may I ask you, what are you waiting for? Is it not time to wake? Is it not time to rise up to reality? To put aside all the mundane things that you have surrounded yourself with that has done you no good at any point. Jesus is waiting and is knocking at the door of your heart even this night. Call upon him. He will show you mercy. He will deliver you. Remember, we are available to help you. The Burden Bearers Ministries, just come around. Someone will talk with you and someone will minister to you. And the word of God will manifest in your life to deliverance of your life and open your door to prosperity. Let's take again our telephone numbers: 0803 33 88 933. That is 0803 33 88 933 and 0803 741 6604. That is 0803 741 6604. Till we come your way next week, it is I, God's servant, Apostle Innocent Unyogazri Henry.
This is Today95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Hardball.
See,
you know one good thing.
There are over 150 million people in Nigeria, and that makes 150 million and more arguments. Some agreeing and others opposing. On Hardball, every Saturday
between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m.
We bring the strongest opposing arguments into our studios, and we take the gloves off. Don't want to miss the debate on Today 95.1 FM, 95.1 FM of the people.
Good evening, listeners, and you're officially welcome to Hardball this week. Very recently, we heard the issue, if you like, you call it a debate, on the issue of defense and education, which should take the greater chunk of money in the national budget. Proponents are the fact that defense should indeed take the greater chunk, reason that without a settled nation, without within the defense architecture, that a nation cannot exist. Even though it exists in principle, it won't be in practice. So they say. But those who are supporting education gave it a slap that indeed turned it around, saying that without education, nothing can move. Which way do you pitch your tent? Well, you may not worry so much, and that's why we have indeed brought two capable analysts to trash out this issue. The team says, between defense and education, we should receive more funds in the national budget. Like I said again, even after their discussion, you will know where to pitch your tent. These two analysts will be introduced after our break. When we come back from that particular break, you hear their names, and we'll move on with the program. Join us when we come back.
Hardball. See, you know one good thing.
There are over 150 million people in Nigeria, and that makes 150 million and more arguments. Some agreeing and others opposing. On Hardball, every Saturday
between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m.
We bring the strongest opposing arguments into our studios, and we take the gloves off. Don't want to miss the debate on Today 95.1 FM, 95.1 FM of the people.
Welcome back to Hardball. We are still talking on the theme, between defense and education, we should receive more funds in the national budget. The two analysts we have are Honorable Jeremy Chukwemeka Okere, Esquire. He is a legal practitioner in Port Harcourt. Honorable Okere, you're warmly welcome to the program Hardball.
Thank you, Chief Emmanuel Ndukwe. Good evening, Nigerians.
Honorable Okere will be saying that defense indeed should receive more money than education. That is his own. Don't blame him. He will reel out his facts in support of that. On the other hand, we have Mr. Andrew Ajayi, who incidentally is the radio senator, philosopher, and a public affairs analyst.
It's a pleasure to be on Hardball once again.
Mr. Jaya will be talking on education, that it is the one that should receive more money than defense in the national budget. Don't blame him. We are going to get facts from him. I am Emmanuel Ndukwe, the anchor for the program. Without further ado, or for the waste of time, we want to move on with Honorable Jeremy Chukwemeka Okere. Honorable Okere, you believe that defense, indeed, they should be given more attention in terms of allocation of funds in the national budget. Our listeners are very much agog. They want to learn from you. Could you roll off?
It is indeed not arguable whether defense should have more funds than education. The argument speaks for itself. At the very core of formation of government is security. Philosophers like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and all classical philosophers who deemed it necessary to form government, who deemed necessary that government should be established, first and foremost considered the existentiality of man. How can man exist freely from intimidation, freely from survival of the fittest? In fact, Thomas Hobbes went ahead to say that life will be brutal, short and nasty without security. Life is going to be that is not definable. It will become a survival of the fittest, where the strongest, the will and capacities of the strongest takes over. That is the very core of formation of government. These things have been expressed in so many fora by different scholars. John Locke and the rest of them focused on this, and that formed the basis of the formation of government. So if you have considered this, and then we begin to argue whether education or defense, which one should have more funds, I am saying very clearly that education should have less fund than defense. Without defense, there's nothing like education. Defense is independent of education because you need to secure yourself. Lives and properties need to be secured for anybody to begin to think of how to go to school. If, for example, you want to establish an institution purely for educational purposes, you need security. Those living there must have access to that place. In Nigeria today, we have witnessed series of crises all over. Is that the Niger Delta insurgency, the Boko Haram at the northeastern part of the country, the herdsmen ravaging and then destroying all parts of the country? We all witnessed the attempt to train people at Chibok because there were lapses in the security sector. Those girls were kidnapped, and we know what it took. Where is their education today? Since they have been taken away, are they still schooling? It is important to ensure that lives and properties are secured in everything you do. You cannot do anything without security. Security embodies that which goes to the army, the navy, the air force, the police, the civil defense. All these things are encompassing and they are very necessary for the actualization. In fact, a state operates like a system, like the human body system. The human body system, we have a nervous system that controls all parts of the system, the respiratory, the excretory. Any system can be defective and the body will still function. But when the nervous system is defective, every system dies. It is just like a state. If the security is not there, if the security system is not adequate, if we have defects in the management of the security system, you cannot even, not just education, you cannot have agriculture, you cannot have mineral resources, you cannot even have education, you cannot have any other form. So the state, in whatever it's doing, should be paramount in ensuring that the budgetary allocation that goes to defense must be adequate. If juxtaposed with other parts of the world, you will also observe the reason why they have very serious budget for education. In Nigeria, I'm advocating that government should see what they do to ensure that the security system is inadequate. We are talking of how we can have police. Today, crisis all over. Take University, for example. There is trouble all over. Kidnapping is at its apogee. Now, for you to get secured, how do you get it? It is even underfunded. It's part of the huge amount of money spent. One may say it is paradoxical to say that in spite of the huge amount spent on defense, there is still no adequate security. That is why more fund is needed to ensure and guarantee adequate security. Although fund spending may not guarantee adequate security, except it is properly managed. So defense is paramount.
Well, let me say once again, it's my pleasure to be here. And having listened to my colleague on his argument, I want to say that, I am surprised to hear from him that funding defense should be a priority above education. For me, I want to say that any nation, any society of people that refuse to relegate education or adequate funding of it to the background will continue to have its citizens as ignorant people that will create troubles and problems that arms and ammunition itself will not be able to quell. So, to fund defense over education is useless and a misplacement of priority. How do I mean? The very people who will work, administer, even this security development that I am hearing my, counterpart here argue for, are a people such that if they are not well educated, if they are not well provided for, psychologically, intellectually, my God, they will become a fiasco in the sense that even when these fundings have been given to them to operate the defense system of our society, they will become a people who will not even know how to do it. Like the way resources have been spent on defense in Nigeria. Can't you even see that at times the army people, without right education, they kill innocent citizens? The police do the same thing. And when they come to defend themselves when they want to be court-martialed, they will say it is accidental discharge. For me, a people that is not well trained, whether right from the primary, secondary, and even in the tertiary institution, or even in the various institutions that has been set up to provide, training for a people who consider themselves to be in the military, the police, the civil defense, the navy, or what have you. If that institution is not adequately funded, such that the resource persons, materials are provided for them to be educated and enlightened, they will become a total fiasco and they will become a threat to the nation. So for me, I know and I believe that to fund education so that the infrastructure provided will enable a strong human capital development of this our society called Nigeria. So when I look at the budgets of government, whether at the federal, state, and local government, we continue to see huge chunk of budgetary allocations allocated for defense. What are they defending? Are we fighting war? Much as I share a little thought that we must have some form of near, perfect security systems, the best form of security systems is that human capital development. Because if you develop a human being, a man or a woman, to make them to go through the right processes of education, they will not constitute issues that will even warrant us to even be using our guns or troubling our security men and women. So for me, what should be given utmost priority in this nation is the funding of education, both at the federal, state, and local government level.
It will amount to sophistry at its apogee for my opponents to posit that what is the need, whether there is war, except there is war, why should education be funded? Why should the defense be funded? I have said earlier that defense is the core, it is the centrality of the existence of any state. It is that you cannot do without. The argument here is not whether education should be funded adequately or not, but whether between education and defense, which one should be higher. And I am saying defense should be higher. That does not mean that I am of the opinion that education shouldn't be funded. Education should be adequately funded. But that defense, as that which is the core and the centrality of government, should be funded more. Because without defense, there won't be education. Now, if you take a cursory look at funding of defense all over the world, you will discover that Nigeria is not even funding defense adequately. In 2015, the American budget alone on defense took 54%. It gulfed as much as 500 and something billion US dollars. As a year later, it went up to 700 billion. American budget on defense alone is more than the whole of African countries put together. In fact, China, which is even second to America, has close to 260 something billion. In Nigeria, the highest we've had it was about 1 something trillion until we had about 960 something billion, which was in 2014. Now, in spite of this, there is a complete colossal breakage of security system in Nigeria, because this system needs to be adequately funded. We are talking of how we can adequately train police, that is security, the training of police, to adequately guide life and properties, to safeguard the various educational sectors that we need to train these people who are going to be professors and educated. If, for example, an institution exists and that institution cannot function because there's a security breakdown, how will that institution operate? How will the students stay? Were they able to stay in Chibok? What of other parts of this country? In the northeast, for almost 2 good years, Boko Haram took over that territory. Where was the education? If you do not fund that place adequately to ensure that security is provided to enable people attend schools, where would they start from? One cannot ignore the importance of security. Security itself is one of the greatest avenues of ensuring that revenue is generated. Because, like for example, since the Gonis have stopped oil exploration, in the Niger Delta, we have heard about pipeline vandalization because there were not adequate security. Nigeria today is highly dependent on oil, and these oil pipes or pipelines are not adequately secured because there is no sufficient security, perhaps because of lack of adequate funding. We cannot generate enough fund. If you do not generate fund, where will education and other sectors begin to have the resources to operate? How can you build universities? How can you train professors? How can you talk of expatriates without this fulcrum, without this center? Without this, it will amount to a kind of misplacement of priority to argue or even posit that education should have more funds than defense. Because defense is independent, education is dependent on defense. If you do not have a country to exist, if a country goes into war, there are a series of insurgency all over. Today, Nigeria cannot take its adequate place in the international system because our security system cannot be compared with those of the Western world. America is a member of a Security Council. China is a member. Britain is a member. France is a member. What do they have? What do they contribute? It is simply because of the security mechanism, the military software, hardware that is existing. We keep on traveling overseas for training. And we need this for both internal security and territorial security. We cannot guarantee any aspect of system cohesion without ensuring that those areas are adequately secured. How will anybody begin to go to school? Even when you sleep in your house in the night without... In Western world, for example, in America, it is a crime that after 5 minutes, if an incident occurs, a policeman is not able to get to your place. That person, that police officer may be queried. But here, what happens? If you are kidnapped in the midnight, are you sure of having one policeman coming to your house to doorstep to come and secure you? The answer is no. So we need to see how this thing can be tripled, to have more personnel in the police force, more personnel in the air force, more personnel in the marine sector and the military, so that we can, to a great extent, secure our society and begin to talk of how to train our children.
Very well. I want to enthusiastically say that, wow, that for me, that education should be the topmost priority of a nation's funding. That should just be the basics of even funding any sector is education. Because I find it laughable that we will be saying that we should look at the issue of defense security as above human, development in the educational sector. Does it beat your imagination today that Nigerians, as we are as a country, we send our children abroad because of the, what I call higi-haga, the disjointment and discontinuity of positive thoughts in public administration that has to do with educational development? If not, if Why should we be sending our children abroad to go and school? Why did we allow the educational institutions in this country, the educational basement and foundation to get into the state of comatose that it is today, that we are now sending our children even to neighboring countries here like Ghana, Cotonou, not to even talk of America and Britain, Germany, for them to go to school? It is because you have not funded education very, very well. For instance, let me even talk to you here and the public that have you seen any American or Briton or a German or even a Japanese allowing their children, their future leaders, young generation to go out of the shores of their country to go and acquire education in Africa? The answer is no. The reason is because they know that they will first of all fund the structural development, because education is the structural foundation of any civilization. Maybe because we are slow in Africa here. So we are using this opportunity to have appeared on this program today to advocate, to agitate that the issue of education should be funded very well above defense. Because for me, I do not think that the Americans, the Britons, who we are copying their system of government, have neglected the funding of education the way we have done in Nigeria. And as a people, we must develop the infrastructure and the human resources in our educational sector so that at the end of the day, we would have built a people who are refined in character, who are noble in their thinking, even psychologically and philosophically. They would have been a people that will be patriotic and committed to their nation because their nation has actually fended for them. How can you be supporting the activities of defense? Which war do you want to fight? Because today in America, you can see that people are investing anyhow, especially in the Asian country and the Western world, on scientific research and technology that is making them to be able to provide dangerous weapons that is calculated to even clean up human civilization. So I am here telling you that nations should not have war or to fight war as a focus. What China, US, South Korea, Russia are doing, they are not doing the right thing by funding defense the way they are doing. Because nuclear weapons have been provided. Bombs are being worked upon. Who do you want to kill with such? Or who do you want to destroy with such? Do you want to destroy human civilization? We heard of the Hiroshima bomb, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. How when Japan attacked America at Pearl Harbor, and at the end of the day, America now had to also gather themselves up and struck the mother of all bomb that eventually changed the history of Japan with the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing. So for me, I think much as it is desirable to have security systems that are, okay, so that people will be happy, you cannot continue to fund defense more than education. Anybody that has the orientation that to fund defense activity, to provide bomb here and there is what is essential. I want to say that the people should go and have a serious rethink, because we must continue to support education. Because if you have education, people will no longer involve themselves in crime and criminalities.
I have said earlier that it is fallacy of petitio principii. The way and manner in which my opponent has delved into this argument must be understood. The centrality of this argument is not that education shouldn't be funded. Education must be funded, but defense must be funded more adequately than education. It baffles my imagination when reference is made to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Without the military hardware of United States of America, the Second World War wouldn't have ended, because Japan intended to destroy the entire world. But because of Americans' wisdom in the funding of the military, they were able to throw that bomb at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That ended the Second World War. Even the First World War, before the Peace of Versailles in 1919, America stood its ground to ensure that there was world peace. World leaders, Roosevelt, and the rest of them gathered to ensure that First World War ended. These things happened because there was military strength of the United States of America to ensure that the world continued to exist. In fact, the American budget on the military today has given it that strong power. They are called the unipolar power. They have the strongest. No other country dares the United States of America, and that to a great extent has brought peace. Even when Iraq intended to mess up, what did America do? America acquired the crisis of that place. So what I'm saying is that you cannot in any way begin to think or begin to compare that the importance of defense should be with that of education. Education should be proper, should be funded, there should be training, our children should go to school. We should have those institutions that will enable us to train these people. Now, the argument my opponent is putting forward is that we are sending our children overseas. One of the cardinal elements why most big men, most capitalists in this country send their children overseas because there's no adequate security in this country. They tend to send their children where they can guarantee security. That is one of the reasons why we see people traveling overseas. Now, one of the importance of defense is the guarantee of investment. All over the world, countries, capitalists who have their fund, who have made money, are only interested in investing where there is peace. One of the greatest problems Nigeria is facing today is because there has not been relative peace. And most investors from the Western Europe and America have refused to come to this country to invest because they are afraid of the security of their investment. If you do not invest, how will a nation grow? How can we begin to talk production? How can we begin to talk per capita income? How can we begin to see that the resources which we need to utilize here and then become a sustained nation exist? It cannot, because we do not have adequate security to do that. And without that, you cannot even have the funds to begin to invest in other sectors. I have said severally here that if you do not secure this country, there will be no fund to go into other sectors. If you not secure Nigeria data, where these oil resources are coming from, you will not have oil produced. And if oil is not produced, you will not export oil. If you do not export oil, you will not have returns as to begin to invest in other sectors. So it is crucial. It is an elementary aspect of it. It is the basis. It is fundamental that anybody understands this. It is not that education should be funded, but that we need security to even fund education. Security of this country is very important. My argument has been, one major worry I have is the mismanagement even in that defense. If the spend is adequately funded, the funds should be adequately managed. We have witnessed instances where even the funds in the security are being diverted. We have seen the case in 2015, what happened with the monument for importation of arms. We were not able to fight Boko Haram because we do not have sophisticated arms. And in other regions, the IPOB people are coming up. Ordinary Operation Python dance in the West, we are having peace today. If we do not have the required military men, the required military hardware to delve into the Southeast, I don't know what the Biafra Security Service established by Nnamdi Kanu would have done today. I don't know what the Avengers would have been in the Niger Delta. One cannot talk of how even Asurok itself can govern. Administration cannot function because you do not function anywhere when you are not secure. You first of all sit down quietly in a peaceful environment before you begin to think how to allocate resources. Before you begin to build institutions. If you build institutions for training, and if you send students to various institutions for education, and in those institutions they cannot sit down and have a peaceful training of these children, how will it operate? Were we able to secure Chibok? Where I am asking, where are the educations of those children that were in Chibok? Did they have it for the past 4 or 5 years? Because security was inadequate.
Very well. We will continue to talk for development. Let me be very, very clear here, because my colleague has accused me of some technical fallacies that we know in logic. And I also want to accuse him of the fact that he has engaged in nothing more than argumento in elenchi, as far as I'm concerned. Meaning that he's dabbling here and there, not even knowing what to do, as he's just grappling and just saying whatever he likes. As far as I'm concerned, that is what I call argumento in elenchi. For me, I think there is no adequate security anywhere in the world. Because the argument that why do our people take people out, take their children out to foreign lands to go and train them is because they have adequate, security there. It's not true. As I speak to you today, France has been bombed severally. People have been killed, even in the United States. Niger, not too long ago, destroyed some U.S. army and some other armies. It's on the news all over the place. In Russia, we are seeing insecurity there, not to talk of all parts of the country, all other parts of the world. So insecurity, security can never be adequate. So for me, again, I also want to say that to engage in the funding of defense over education is corruption. Because today I have taken my time to ask some technical questions from my police friends, my army friends, and some others to say, these guns that you call AK-47 that you carry, that you hold, how much does it even cost safe? When at the end of the day, they will tell us that they are allocating billions of naira, okay, to buy maybe one fighter jet or to buy one, any other thing that we think we needed to maintain security in the society. From what we have seen, Nigeria as a country has over-budgeted for defense to the detriment of education that is supposed to be an utmost priority. Because I say it is corruption in the sense that in the modern open markets where we say that we should continue to fund defense over education, go and ask an American, how much is it to buy a jet, fighter jet? They can tell you, for instance, it's $1 million. But the Nigerian people, so far so good that we have been seeing, they will come and tell you it's $5 billion. And they will aggregate the remaining part of this money, the remaining $4 million, they will aggregate it to themselves. Is that the type of funding we should continue to fund? I will not say we shouldn't actually fund defense. Just like the way he has also alluded to the fact that education is important. I am also supporting to say that defense cannot be totally neglected. But the aspect that they should give more money to fund in terms of defense is the area of research, statistics, where what can Nigeria produce in terms of this arms and ammunition? If we have any people who are resourceful in the production of arms and ammunition in Nigeria, what can we do for them to enhance them so that they can develop more, so that instead of us going to buy one AK-47, for instance, for 1 million naira or 500 and something thousand, the way it's been speculated, or even 2 million naira for one AK-47, I think we should concentrate on local production here. Having said that, I want to say further that whatever is being studied in the issue of defense that even makes money to get there for them to continue to maintain defense of our nation, Nigeria. I want you to know that if you are able to enlighten people, get them enlightened very well, they will be far away from engaging themselves in acts of crime and criminalities that occasion insecurity. He mentioned Chibok girls. People went to steal Chibok girls, but they had the wrong enlightenment in their head. They had the wrong orientation in their consciousness. That is why they behaved the way they behaved. But if they were actually grounded very well, if they went to school very well, for God's sake, in terms of education, they won't behave in the way they did.
Well, it is time we go on another short break, and when we come back from this particular break, Honorable Okere will indeed continue in articulating his position to the august listenership that defense indeed should attract more attention. That's the monetary funds from national budget. In other words, from federal government than education. Join us when we come back.
Hardball, See, you know one good thing.
There are over 150 million people in Nigeria, and that makes 150 million and more arguments. Some agreeing and others opposing on Hardball every Saturday
between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m.
We bring the strongest opposing arguments into our studios and we take the gloves off. Don't want to miss the debate on Today 95.1 FM, 95.1 FM, the people.
Welcome back to Hardball. Remember the theme? Between education and defense, which one should attract more funds in the national budget? One individual in this country that believes that defense indeed should be more of a focus in terms of its funding than education is Honorable Jerome Chukwuemeka Okere. Honorable Okere, you believe that yes, defense indeed it should be funded more than education. And that's not to say that you are jettisoning education, according to your pronouncement. However, you have found a very stubborn and an active person in Mr. Andrew Ajayi. He has refused completely to believe that defense should attract more funding from federal authorities than you. However, you also have kept on with a barrage of facts, stating it succinctly that without defense, there will be no education. But Andrew has made it in a way that is very difficult indeed for you, stating that even those engaged in defense architecture and all that, without education, they will amount to nothing. So are you indeed planning perhaps to fold your book so that we can go because Andrew has won?
Thank you, Chief Ndukwe. It will amount to begging the question if I told the line of Andrew Ajayi, because most of the arguments here goes to no issue. He has been unable to establish any concrete fact why defense shouldn't take more money than education. Rather, he junks from one point to the other. I need to understand his line of argument. Now, one of the issues he raised is corruption, that funding education, defense more than education amounts to corruption. How correct would that be? Corruption is one endemic element that has eaten deep into the fabrics of Nigerians. Whether you send money in the educational sector, we have seen what happened in all the funds that were in the education sector. Were they adequately managed? So that is not the issue. That is not the argument. I want to see some well-organized argument, some intelligent positions that will make anybody believe that education should take more fund than defense. Now, I have argued here, if you take a cursory look of the budgetary allocation to the education since 2008 in Nigeria, you will understand that it is highly underfunded. In 2008, we had 444.6 billion. 2009, 233.0 billion. In 2010, defense had 264 billion. In 2011, it was 348 billion. 2012, 921, a little bit high. 2013, 1.0 trillion. 2014, 968. I have argued with anybody here and say, juxtapose this amount with that in North America. In North America, in 2015 alone, the U.S. budget on the army, the highest Nigeria had ever had was 20% of its fiscal budget. But in America, we have as much as 54%, 500 and something billion. When Donald Trump came, he increased it to 700 billion. And that has justified part of the organized system, part of the stability which the American is facing. That is not to say that in America there are no crises. There are crises. But this has placed America above every other nation all over the world. America today can sit down and be able to control. They are called superpower. Nigeria today cannot talk where Americans are talking, where in the Committee of States within the international system, what is the position of Nigeria? We have been struggling and battling to see how we can be included into the Security Council. This is not possible. One of the major ways of measuring this is our military standard. What is our military capability? Are we a world power? We are not. Beyond the international system, beyond the shores of this country, we are talking of the internal security. How do we guarantee peace and security here? Before you can begin to think of how to train people or how you can begin to establish institutions, At the very core of governance, at the very core of government is defense. That was the fundamentality of the formation of government.
Well, very well. I want to say that my colleague has provided us with, budgetary statistics of some years that it has to do with, funding defense as against education. But I want you to know that he mentioned America to say that Donald Trump has increased the budget to about $700 billion. Well, that is good for America because America regards itself as world police and waiting for any possible attack, both real and imaginary, from any part of the world. Just like you see now today, now it's threatening, Iran is threatening, America is threatening. But that is not the case of Nigeria. That is not the case of Nigeria for God's sake. And that is why I said ab initio when we started this discussion that nations who are spending resources building weaponry, building arms and ammunition, who do they want to destroy? Do they want to destroy humanity? For God's sake, as I speak to you today, a Donald Trump or even that short Korea young man who is the president of Korea likes life more than anything. They wouldn't want to die. So why do they go into the expenditure to create huge budgetary allocations to create weapons that will destroy humanity? That is why I said that it is a misplacement of priority as far as I'm concerned. In Nigeria here, we should not do it. While I am of, likeness to say, yes, of course, we should build some capacity as it has to do with our, defense line across the military institution or security institution that we have in Nigeria. I am still maintaining the argument unshakably that education should be given, the utmost funding above defense. What is defense? America is expecting to fight war any moment. Is Nigeria expecting to fight war any moment? That we will continue to give huge budgetary allocation. For me, I think if you decide to bring into Nigeria the way Harvard University is organized or any other good university around the world, if you bring the standard into Nigeria here, using the enabling policies and funding, I think that is what we Nigerians are questing for. That is what we are questing for. So that at the end of the day, the ASUs will not go on strike. Whatever is the problem that they have been talking to government about will now be fixed because government has now given it adequate priority. I am not talking about the selfish aspect of ASU, even though I know that man by nature is selfish. That's okay. But the other arguments being raised by ASU, as it has to do with funding of our educational institution, building the required infrastructure and creating the enabling systems and environment so that our people don't go out of this country again to waste hard-earned foreign exchange that they will look for in terms of dollar, euro, pound sterling, changing plenty naira to get to that amount of dollar, euro that they need. And you will now put such into the Nigerian system in terms of infrastructural development and the policies that will strengthen the educational system. That is the education and support that I am talking about that should be funded. And also, when you look at the primary school system in Nigeria, when you look at the secondary school system in Nigeria, look at the polytechnic system in Nigeria, what is the state of our teachers today? Both those who are lecturing in this, across board of our educational system, what is the, happiness that they have? What is the resource material that they have? Look at what is going on today. A lot of people have finished in the educational sector. They've not been paid their pension. They become old men and women. And yet you say that they should not be corrupt. They should do well. So for me, I think that we must continue to fund education. We must even begin to bring education as the number one thing to be funded. And the second one should even be health, not defense.
Well, it is time we go on another short break, and when we come back from this particular break, Andra Jai will continue, indeed, articulating his position to the august listeners, because to him, education should top defense in national budget. Join us when we come back.
Hardball.
See, you know one good thing.
There are over 150 million people in Nigeria, and that makes 150 million and more arguments. Some agreeing and others opposing on Hardball every Saturday
between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m.
We bring the strongest opposing arguments into our studios and we take the gloves off. Don't want to miss the debate on Today 95.1 FM, 95.1 FM of the people.
Welcome back to Hardball. The theme remains between defense and education, which should indeed receive more funds in the national budget. And one individual in the whole of Nigeria that believes that education should be the one is Andrew Ajayi. Ms. Ajayi, you certainly have been marshalling out your points and pushing them to the august listenership, saying that education should indeed be more important in a way of attracting funds than defense. Well, one person you've had as a boon who's talking your truth is Honorable Jerome Chukwemeka Okere. Well, he has said that, to make it very simple, without a defense, there'll be no education. And I think he has a point there. But the fact remains, as critical as you self raised, that if those who are managing the defense architecture are not educated, how would you indeed go scot-free and sail through in your educational and your defense pursuits? But we want to find out whether America wants to fight war today or tomorrow or any time. Do you think that if Boko Haram has overrun Nigeria, let's focus locally, that education will still be ongoing? Citing exactly what happened in the southeast during the civilian war, what they call that war again, Nigerian Biafran War, wherein people could no longer go to school because they were barraged here and there by the military. Now, having made that comparison, which is, in my place they say whatever is worn on the hand does not need the mirror again for clear seeing. Having made this comparison, which is very standing before us in this country, are you getting ready maybe to roll up your books so that Jerome Okere in the end will be pronounced the winner of this debate?
No. I must be very frank with you that you even with what you have told me now, you brought so much laughter into me to say that if Boko Haram has overrun us, would we still continue to have education and all that? And don't forget that I had told you earlier that the intellectual content of a people is actually what prevents them from causing trouble in their society. If a people has a very good educational foundation, they should have known that to kill someone is wrong in the first place, and they will not even go near there. If they had known that, to say that if people across countries of the world know that there is no need to engage in war, that we are supposed to live in unity, in love, peace and progress, then there will be no need for anybody taking resources, allocating resources to be planning, waiting ahead to say, look, we must have guns or we must have nuclear weapons, helicopter fighting jets. It is because they are not thinking, and the right processes of educational enlightenment psychologically and even spiritually and really is not in the consciousness of people. That is why we have some people who have derailed and have constituted themselves as criminals, that they must have guns, that they must steal people, they must kidnap people or do all what not. But if people actually have the right enlightenment, they will know that they are not supposed to even engage in crime that will need us to now be engaging in the issue of defense. So I want to let you know that we can have a system where we may not even be able to have issues of insecurity. At least it would have been zeroed down to the barest minimum. So for me, I am here saying seriously and vehemently too that the budgetary allocations in terms of our national budget, education will have it, should have it. And if it is so, I am telling you that crime and criminalities will be reduced, because a lot of people, youth, who may want to be involved in crime and criminalities that will make police and army to be running after them, they would have been enlightened and they will not do it anymore.
It is shocking and amazing the way and manner in which my opponent tells his line of argument. Who has said that one should not be educated or that education shouldn't be encouraged? There are several kidnappers in this country that are PhD holders, that are medical doctors, that are lawyers, but they have chosen to indulge into criminality. At the very core of foundation of society was survival of the fittest. Life was short, nasty, brutish, which I stated here earlier at the beginning of this argument. Philosophers came together and said, how do we secure our society and begin to have a civilized society? Transcend beyond that nature of man. Man is born by nature, greed, including my friend. If you occupy a place and you have the opportunity of taking over everything that another person has, you will take it. The only deterrent that you will see and then go back is that there is security, that there is law that says if this is done, there will be an enforcement to put you to where you are supposed to belong. That if you take life, your own life will be taken. That if you steal, you will be jailed. And then there is a military organization to enforce these rules. The absence of these things will make life baseless, make life useless, make life unbearable. Society cannot even function. If we can bring to bear the emphasis of the Civil War, where were our people going to school? If the software was not, the hardware was not there, and the military was not enforced as to control that Civil War, and Nigeria began to function again as one indivisible, indissoluble element, how can we begin to talk of education? How can somebody think that you will only have defense when you are expecting war? What of the internal security? Look at the policemen who are guiding people all over the country. How much are they being paid? They wear worn-out clothes. They do not have good salaries and they cannot provide adequate security. Last 2 weeks or about 3 weeks ago, here in Port Harcourt, around Ajib area, we saw people that came in the midnight and then killed close to 15 persons in the night. There is no security. Where would they go to school again? If you are coming from America and you are bringing Harvard University, can you build Harvard University in Northeast when you have not provided adequate security to secure that institution in the Northeast? Corruption is more endemic even in the educational sector than any other sector. So I am saying that any argument tended towards arguing that education should be funded, it is not it. We are not saying it should be funded, but we are saying we need more funds to be put into the defense sector to enable education even function. Because where there is no security, there cannot be education. If you do not have state apparatus as to ensure that adequate control of the menace that is going on in this country, how will people begin to function? If you come to Port Harcourt, for example, if there are no police, there's no army, a presumption where none of this is in existence, how will society function? Like, the society will go back to that stateless and then crude nature where man chose to do what his instinct tells him, and then what he feels it is proper. It is his own action.
Well, thank you very much. I want to say that I like when my colleague said every man is greedy, but he also went and mentioned me. I want to thank God everyone he said has the element of being greedy, but by the grace of God we have identified that and we are doing our best so that we forget about the principles of greediness in our consciousness as human beings. I just want to say that my colleague here makes me laugh so much because he has forgotten to know that money resources, which we regard as budgetary allocation now, should be all about people, and a people should be all about enlightenment. And once a people are enlightened through the infrastructures of education and various institutions, their behavior will be of good and positive character. And if that is the case, we will have less of crime and criminality in the society. So for me, I still solidly say that education of the mind, body, and soul of the Nigerian citizen should be adequately catered for. All those who are working to make sure education is supported. Because even in the Nigerian Defense Academy that is located in Kaduna, even in the Maritime Academy of the Navy that is located in Oron, and the Police College, for instance, that is located in Noah in River State here, the human beings are there. The infrastructures are dying because I've been in some of these places. So I am thinking that my government at the federal, state, and local government should give more adequate, in fact, more funding to the issue of education over any other thing in this country. And the best, like I said before, I'm repeating, the next thing that should be funded apart from education is health. Health and security can just come at the third place.
It is a diversionary argument and just tangential to anybody who will begin to say education shouldn't be funded. I have agreed in totality that there is a need to fund all sectors of the economy. But the fulcrum of my argument is that we need to fund defense more than any other sector. Because without defense, no other sector can exist. No sector can operate without security. Education cannot operate without security. Health cannot operate without security. I've used the system theory to bring this analysis to bear to the proper understanding. Defense is like the human central system. It's like the nervous system that regulates every other aspect of the body. If that system is devoid of growth, if that system is devoid of funding, adequate funding, higher than any other place, the reproduction system cannot work, the security system cannot work. Just oppose that with the Nigerian system. The state functions because there is defense, first and foremost. For us to make laws in this country, the National Assembly must be secured. For us to execute laws in this country, the executive arm of government must be properly secured. For us to even adjudicate and punish those who offend law, at the judiciary here, you must adequately provide security. It is only when this is exist that you can even legislate and ensure that there's law regulating how to establish schools, that there is law guiding how people can go and get health treatment, that there is even rules and regulations governing how one can live with his neighbor, that there are other laws made to enhance the existentiality between one individual and the other. When these things are lacking, you cannot, and therefore defense is paramount. It is key, and that had formed the foundation and formation of government from the time immemorial and will remain central to any government that is enforced. Any government devoid of it will collapse because no other system will function without the funding or more funding of education than any other sector, as I have said.
Well, this is where it all comes down for hardball this week. It is indeed where we draw the curtain on hardball this week. And so we thank the two analysts very profusely for having made it down to the studios of Today 95.1 FM to indeed dish out their positions in the way they deem fit and of course are convinced that it should be. And so we thank Honorable Jerome Chukwemeka Okere, who incidentally is a legal practitioner based in Port Harcourt. We thank you very much for having accepted the invitation and coming to the studios of Today 95.1 FM to outline your facts, which is, of course, in defense of defense, which you said should attract more funds than education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Emmanuel Ndukwe. I'm grateful. May God bless you.
On the other side, we thank Mr. Andrew Ajayi, who incidentally is a radio senator, a philosopher, and a public affairs analyst. Mr. Ajayi, you certainly believe that indeed education should be of paramount interest in terms of attracting funds in the national budget. And again, whatever Jeremy Okere said, you push them aside and said, oh, it must be education. At least we thank you very much for standing firm on your position, just as he did. It's not easy to have run through your schedule and coming down to the studios of Today 95.1 FM to outline your points. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, my brother Emmanuel Ndukwe, and I also appreciate our presence here today as far as we are given opportunity to provide enlightenment for the public. Thank you very much.
Emmanuel Ndukwe, the anchor for Hardball, saying it is a weekly affair. Expect us next time, that is next week, Saturday. But remember that every Saturday, Hardball runs between the hours of 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. Join us again next week. Bye-bye.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What?
You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday. I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too. Make you do waiting they right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, now offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. you hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. They hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in the village?
So, you see, you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If you are a slave,
let's not get that now. So in Nigeria, that is philosophical.
You spot the difference now?
Back to the basics, yo. B-O-U-Q-U-I. Woo! You know the name. Jamix, baby. I used to have dreams of pushing big bad rovers, living double lives like an undercover lover. Rolled over in pain, got used to shame. Oh, no. I didn't realize that a lamb had been slain. Struggle day and night for a piece of the pie, but all the while I was the apple of somebody's eye. When a child is abused, a battle is on. When he's denied knowledge, a monster is born. insecurity. I was a slowly dying girl with misplaced priorities. Born and raised in a typical Christian family. I knew the right from wrong, but like insanity, I never did the right. Facts I said, but the wrong. Trying to climb up a ladder, holding to the only wrong. Like my life depended on it. My hopes shattered. I was slipping into darkness with my face badly battered. How many times do I go around this vicious cycle? How many more times before I turn into a cycle? Like a rat in a maze, confusion to the best of me. A cat in a cage, frustration got the rest of me. Now I'm back to where I started from, an empty man. There must be an easier way to take a stand. I said it before and I'm gonna say for all I laugh. My mind is made up, y'all. I wanna go back to the cross where my Jesus hung and died. I wanna go back to the cross. Go back to the basics. Back. I wanna go back to the cross where my Jesus hung and died. I wanna go back to the cross so that I would never die. I wanna go back to the basics. Back to the basics. This is dinner on a platter, a roll better taste it. Incline your ears to the words as I phrase it. Face it, there's wisdom in the old new faces. When there's no pain, there's no gain, no reward. When you see what I see, there's regard. But what's it all worth? Quest for knowledge. What's it all worth? The power to possess. What's it all worth? The struggle to succeed and at the end just to dust. What do you achieve? Life has its burden. Wanna break free? Put chains and shackles of hope around your feet. On a hill far away, stood an old rugged cross. Emblem of suffering, emblem of a curse. Jesus cried and died to bring us all out of the pain. That's why I'm born again and whole again with him. I can rock again. Back to the cross where my Jesus hung and died. I wanna go back to the cross. Go back to the basics. Back. I wanna go back to the cross where my Jesus hung and died. I wanna go back to the cross so that I would never die. Go back to the basics. Back to the basics, y'all. Let's go back. You wanna go back? Go back to the basics. Back to the basics, y'all. Back to the basics. Back to the basics, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Jam mix, baby. Go back to the basics. Back to the basics, y'all.
Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes, watching the ships roll in, and then I'll watch them roll away again. Yeah, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Just sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco Bay, 'cause I've had nothing to live for, and look like nothing's gonna come my way. So I'm just gonna sit on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Look like nothing's gonna change. Everything still remains the same. I can't do what 10 people tell me to do, so I guess I'll remain the same. Listen, sitting here resting my bones, and this loneliness won't leave me alone. Listen, 2,000 miles I roam just to make this dock my home. Now I'm just gonna sit at the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. and my heart's beating. Baby, it's beating for you. And you know I know you like it. And I know you cannot fight it. Just go ahead, do the right thing. Baby, no one can do you. No one can do you like me.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a settlement mention? Do you think I just go climb some tree alone in this video?
So, you see, you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest, a newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
It's that time on the radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He was born on the 6th of March 1909 in Ikene, in present-day Ogun State of Nigeria. In 1949, Awolowo founded the Nigerian Tribune, the oldest surviving private Nigerian newspaper, which he used to separate nationalist consciousness amongst his fellow Nigerians. He had his first primary school education at St. Saviour's School, Ikene, and at Imo Wesleyan School, Abeokuta. His education was at the early stage interrupted for several reasons. One of such was the sudden death of his father in April 1920, an event that left him without financial support and compelled him to fetch firewood for sale and do similar menial jobs to support his schooling. He had higher education at Wesley College, Ibadan in 1927, and much later at the University of London as an external student. He was awarded the degree of Bachelor of Commerce and Bachelor of Law by the University of London. He was called to the bar by the Honorable Society of the Inner Temple on November 19, 1946, and on the 26th of December 1937, Awolowo got married to Miss Hannah Idowu Dideolu Adelona, and they married and remained best friends to the end. And together they fought for the cause of justice and for the release of the fellow man's mind from ignorance and freedom of his body from diseases. It should be noted that they had 5 children together. After a brief spell as school teacher, stenographer, and Daily Times reporter in training, Obafemi Awolowo set himself up in Ibadan as a produce buyer and transporter. It was in Ibadan that his political life began to unfold, and he served there as secretary of the Nigerian Youth Movement before he went abroad to study law in Great Britain. Back home from Britain, Awolowo formed the cultural group known as Egbe Omo Oduduwa in 1949 and a political party, the Action Group, in 1951, which is also known as Egbe Afenifere in western parts of Nigeria as part of the social program for the emancipation of the Yoruba race. His party won the first election ever conducted in western Nigeria, and as a result of that victory, the AJ formed the first elected government in the western region, and Obafemi Awolowo became the leader of government business and minister for local government in 1952. Chief Obafemi Awolowo's greatest achievements resulted from the clear sense of direction, foresight, and sheer competence that he brought into the government. And at the beginning of his career in government, Awolowo quickly reformed the local government system of the western region and took revolutionary steps to improve the western Nigeria's civil service. First in the history of Africa between 1954 and 1959, his government introduced and successfully implemented the first free primary school education program in Africa. He also introduced the first free medical service program in Nigeria for children up to the age of 18. Chief Obafemi Awolowo also set up Nigeria's first commercial housing estate at Ikeja and Bodija, Ibadan. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Nigerian political activist and icon.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he is holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If you are a slave.
Let's not get to that now. So in Nigeria, that constitution.
You spot the difference now?
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am. Dey go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. you hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the Word News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Gloria Karibi Tombury. We start with the headlines. River State Governor Nyesom Wike and former Governor Rotimi Amechi disagree over INEC's conduct of governorship and state assembly elections in the state. Low turnout and alleged suppression of voters mar elections in several polling units in River State. Soldiers shoot dead 3 thugs attempting to hijack electoral materials in Ogbakiri in Emoha local government area. On the foreign scene, about 800,000 North Korean youths reportedly signed up for military service to fight against U.S. and other enemies of Pyongyang. Now the news in details. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has blamed the widespread voter apathy in the state in the governorship and state assembly elections on the disappointment of Nigerians following the outcome of the presidential election. Wike made the comment shortly after casting his vote in Ward 9, Unit 7, Rumepricom in Obiako, local government area of the state. Addressing newsmen, Governor Wike, however, said the voter turnout is still fair, as people cannot be forced to cast their votes in the country. He also praised security agencies for doing a good job, attributing the peaceful election in the area to their professionalism. Speaking on the performance of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Wike commended the electoral body, noting that there is an improvement from the February 25 presidential and National Assembly election.
When the first election comes and go, and people didn't get what they want, obviously they are discouraged. They know why they can't force people to go and vote, and I'm happy with the peaceful nature of the way the election is going. It means that the security agencies are doing what they're supposed to. Well, for what I've seen, and I've not had any much complaint, I can say they've done very well. So it's only a question of percentage. All I would say that they've done very well. And they have improved more than what we had in 25th of February.
Meanwhile, former Governor of River State, Rotimi Amechi, has described the electoral process in River State as a total failure of governance in the country. The former Minister of Transportation accused the Independent National Electoral Commission and Nigerian police of aiding the People's Democratic Party to hijack and rig elections in the state. Amechi, who spoke to newsmen after casting his vote at Ward 8, Unit 14 in Ubima community in Ekwede local government area, also said Governor Nyesom Wike has no right to declare anyone wanted, but that the Nigerian police is arresting opposition party members and the Inspector General of Police is not doing anything about it. The APC leader, while describing the situation as hopeless, said he has directed APC members to vote and ensure that the results are uploaded to INEC server and allow the electoral umpire to have a final decision.
That's how we praised INEC at the beginning of the election on the 11th, and it turned out to be one of the worst elections in the history of Nigeria. Now again, look at what's going on in Rivers State. Total failure of governance in the country. In the sense that police is helping PDP arrest APC members, arrest SDP members. Gongs are being beaten about in the whole community, asking those who will not vote for PDP not to come out or they will be. Unlike before, talks are beating people up everywhere. People are being arrested and nobody has spoken. The governor has no right to declare anybody wanted whatsoever. People are being declared wanted. The IG is doing nothing. Nobody is doing anything. Now there's voter apathy. I don't know if it cuts across the whole country, but there's total voter apathy in Rivers State. Nobody wants to come out because people are scared. Result sheets, some claim they are fake. I have no evidence whether they are fake or not. But you really have to battle to make sure there's no violence. And like it's a total failure.
The Labour Party gubernatorial candidate in Rivers State, Beatrice Itbo, has called for the cancellation of elections over alleged harassment on voters in some part of Obiakpo and Port Harcourt City local government area. Itbo, who made this known shortly after voting in Ogbakiri Ward 1, Unit 6 in Emoha local government area, explained that the only way Rivers State can get a free, fair and credible election is when military presence is heavy around every polling unit. She also decried the high rate of voter apathy in some polling units, stating that party agents from Falga and Obiakpo local government area have been barred from some polling units.
From my own polling unit, I can see that everything is going orderly. But the reports we are getting this morning in some places in Falga and Obiakpo indicates that PDP has detailed some people to chase away voters who are standing to vote. And so we have been calling on the security agencies since morning. That's why I came a bit late. They have never allowed people to go out to vote. And so people should really take note of Rumo Lumini. Rumo Moi, you go to Ikwere local government area. The chairman is there chasing voters away. You go to Gruta, the same thing is happening. Arlo, the same thing is happening. Polokiri area, they've sent boys to go there and begin to flog voters. And so we are saying that if they would not allow voters to come out and vote, and of course we have no other option than to ask that this election be put off so that Rivers State can be a focal point where all other nations can come and security agencies can be in full force so that we can hold a free, fair and credible election.
The governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, Tonya Cole, has bemoaned voter intimidation and suppression in some polling units in Abunima, Akukutoru local government area. Cole made this known after voting in Unit 2, Ward 12, as he also called on INEC to respect the electoral law.
We're getting some reports of vote buying, a bit of intimidation. We're getting some reports of people being warned that if they don't vote PDP, they should write their will. So we're seeing some of those things and we're taking note of the units where that is being reported, because we will write a petition against those units. We are also hearing reports and we need to make sure that this does not happen. That immediately after the voting process and counting, there is some threats that there will be hijacks of some of the materials. And in that case, we have also alerted the security agencies that they should be on alert so that there will be no hijack of votes. It's very important that intimidation should not be a part and parcel of the electoral process. People should be allowed to vote freely and vote their mind.
Meanwhile, protest marred the election in Asaritoru local government area as voters stopped the distribution of sensitive voting materials across the 13 wards of the council and demanded that they be returned to INEC. The voters who protested the absence of the electoral officer and the delay in the distribution of the electoral materials called for the suspension of the election. Some of them who spoke to Today FM's Priye Izogu says they suspected the process would be compromised when the electoral officers were nowhere to be found, as at the time materials were supposed to leave the registration area center at 7 a.m. Voters converged at the Kalabari National College, demanding to inspect the materials before they were dispatched to the various wards in the council. They alleged that some party stalwarts have hijacked the process and wanted to rig the election. In the meantime, the governorship candidate of Accord in River State, Dumolulu Briggs, has described the voting process in today's governorship and state assembly election in his unit as seamless. Speaking to newsmen after casting his vote in Ward 4, Unit 1, Abonima, Lulu Briggs said there were reports of alleged intimidation last night, but he noticed that calmness has returned to the area. Lulu Briggs also attributed the impressive turnout of voters in his ward and other wards in Akukutoru local government area to the closeness of the contestants to the people.
Well, it was seamless, up until this time and up until about 3 or so p.m. before all the difficulties arose. So far, so very good. A lot of persons have voted. There's no intimidation, no harassment. But this morning, even though there were a lot of town criers that were sent out, intimidating people before last night. But from last night to now, everyone has been calm. Nobody can deny your right, to your church. Whoever you want to vote for, come and cast the vote. And whoever wins, that's what everybody deserves. Everybody deserves the person whom they want to be their governor.
In Oyigbo local government area, the electioneering process was greeted with a high level of voter apathy. Today FM reports that residents of the local government area seemed indifferent to today's elections as they went about their private affairs, defying the movement restrictions order of the police. Although the elections were peaceful and went on smoothly, the polling units were scanty compared to the presidential and National Assembly elections of February 25. At polling centers were in Ward 9, Unit 3, in Umwa Bahu community, where over 1,100 registered voters were expected. The electorate blamed the poor turnout on the irregularities that emanated from the last elections. There was a high level of security presence in Ogba Igbema Ndoni local government area of River State. Today FM Sandra Kenneth reports that soldiers were stationed at almost all road stops. Meanwhile, there was a high level of voter apathy in Ward 16, Unit 21, as only 25 persons turned out for accreditation and voting. The presiding officer, who expressed worries over the development, said he and his team will remain at the posts until 4:30 p.m. to see if people could come out to vote.
The election has been going on well. From the previous one, there are many persons here. They were happy. We counted the votes, but we didn't see them. They have disappeared. Today, it's a kind of a slow process thing. The turnout we had the last election is more than the turnout we have now. Today we have 25 accredited voters. Last time we had 31 accredited voters.
A similar situation played out in Ward 16, Unit 9, with some of the electorate speaking to Today FM.
Very peaceful. Everybody is just eating, dining, wine. All the parties, they are cooperating together. There is no problem. The voting is going on smoothly. They started the application as required by INEC. Today's turnout, we are experiencing a little voters' apathy in this election. It's not like the formal presidential election. The electorate, they know their reasons. I cannot be able to stay here and ascertain what actually is their reason.
Similarly, some polling units in Obiako local government area of River State have recorded very low turnout of voters. A cross-section of voters in several units of Ward 9 in Rumepricom told Today FM that the electoral process was peaceful and better than the previous election. They, however, regretted the low turnout of voters, unlike in the case of the presidential election of February 25. In some units in Ward 13 in Rumokuta, INEC ad hoc staff were seen sitting alone with party agents. The voters in Ward 13 described the process as peaceful and void of voter suppression. Meanwhile, in Umwoba, Ward 13, Unit 9, the voters commended INEC for the peaceful conduct of the election, confirming that all the election materials, including result sheets, were inspected before the process started. However, there was a little disagreement when the SPO of Unit 9, Ward 13, was accused of suspicious actions. As at 12 p.m., only 9 persons had cast their votes in Unit 17 of Ward 9 in Obiako local government area, as confirmed by one of the INEC ad hoc staff. This is the World News on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. After the short break, we'll bring you more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
A warm welcome back. Many thanks for staying tuned. 3 people who allegedly tried to hijack electoral materials have been shot dead by military men deployed at Ogbakiri community in Emoha local government area of River State. An eyewitness reveals that the hired thugs invaded a polling unit in Vumwada community in Ogbakiri community and made away with electoral materials when the military men encountered them on the way and shot them at sight. Also in Elibrada community, still in Emoha, 3 armed thugs were shot dead and the guns recovered from them by military personnel. In Omudioga community, ad hoc staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission deployed to Omudioga community, Ward 10 in Emoha local government area of River State, were abducted by suspected armed thugs alongside electoral materials. The presiding officers for the Ward 10, Tokar Bolo, explained that they were ambushed and the electoral materials and some of their colleagues taken away by the same armed thugs, adding that some of his colleagues escaped the attack and reported to the police. State Coordinator of International Human Rights Initiative monitoring elections in the area, John Ihua, and the leader of APC in the area, John Amadi, blamed a political party for the attack, declaring that no election held in Ward 10 in Emoha.
The material for Ward 10 election has been hijacked by PDP people and some other talks, and the ad hoc staff are also hold hostage.
INEC ad hoc staff were coming with the material. Talks sent by PDP. We laid them on the road and hijacked the material on gunpoint. So there is no election in Omudioga community. Some of the materials that were found, police at Ebeda took some of the materials to Ebeda police station, and we were begging them to bring those ones. Let us do election at the polling units. They are refusing. As it is now, we don't know who the police is working for, but it appears they are colluding with PDP to rig elections. Let the election in Ward 10 be completely cancelled.
In Ward 4, Unit 3, Unit 11 and 22 in Elele Town, in Ikwiri local government area, 2 reverse machines and result sheets were hijacked from electoral officers at gunpoint. Speaking, the River State representative in Niger Delta Development Commission, Chukudi Dimpa, in an interview after casting his vote at Ward 1, Unit 14 in Nusikwo community, said the credibility of the accreditation and voting process cannot be used to score the election, but described it as peaceful at the moment. In a reaction, a House of Assembly candidate for Emoha State constituency under the platform of New Nigeria People's Party, Lensin Igwe, told Today FM's Uchendu Ejuwo that elections in Ward 6 Iba community was peaceful, but expressed worry over voter apathy.
This election was marred with voters' apathy. People were not ready to come and vote again because of what happened in the last election. In fact, some people were going to people's houses to tell them to come and vote. People were not interested. The level of turnout in the last election cannot be compared to this one. The turnout was very low that ever witnessed in an election in this community. People turned out in their large numbers on 25th of February and casted votes for the candidate of their choice. But the outcome of the election did not represent the people's votes. And that's why people didn't show up as such. But one thing I am happy with is that the peace in this community. Everyone was calm. People voted without much stress or trouble.
Meanwhile, the chairman of Ikwiri local government area, Samuel Wanosike, in an interview with newsmen, commended INEC and security agencies for the peaceful elections.
It took me 2 minutes to finish my accreditation and voting. I'm impressed with the preparation of INEC. They were quite on time today. The Beavers had no issue. But thank God for the peace we've had in our local government. It's unprecedented. This is the first time we're having such a peaceful election. No interference from any security agent. As far as I'm concerned, those that are accredited by the Beavers are the voters and no other polling unit. And I don't know much about all other part of the polling units apart from my polling unit 14 in Ward 9, the Ikwiri local government.
Elsewhere, an attempt at snatching ballot boxes in Ward 12, Unit 1, 2 and 28 of Obiako local government area of River State was resisted by military men. Marshal Odu, an All Progressives Congress party agent who narrated the incident, alleged that election began peacefully at the unit until an unnamed People's Democratic Party chieftain interrupted the process, chasing voters away, but normalcy was later restored. Odu says that afterwards, some armed men stormed the polling unit and snatched electoral materials, but despite succeeding, met resistance by military men who ensured the ballot boxes were returned. He said hoodlums subsequently fled the area after their attempt at snatching the boxes failed.
In the morning, we started peacefully until one of the prominent PDP men came here and chased the non-indigenous away. There is no vote. Later, they came back, they started voting. Alongside, now, we will be voting almost ended. He came back again with his boys, then scattered the way with the materials and the INEC officers. By the grace of God, the army stopped them on the way. Then brought back the INEC officers and the materials, which was right now we are sorting out the result of the election. And the army station here to go to make sure that we do everything freely as supposed to be. But what happened here today, if not by the grace of God, I think we have recorded the death of loss of life. By the grace of God, we have still continued.
Today FM's Reliance Udwenyi reports that military men stationed themselves at the polling units to secure the area throughout the duration of the voting exercise. An APC party agent at Unit 28, Nwabueze Amuwile, who corroborated the incident at Unit 1 and 2, said they resisted a similar attempt at snatching ballot boxes in their unit. The All Progressives Congress House of Assembly candidates for Ahoda East Constituency 2, Napoleon Ukalikbe, has been kidnapped in Obele community. A source from the family who revealed the incident to Today FM said he was whisked away in the early hours of today and his whereabouts have remained unknown.
From our area, APC candidate, Ahoda East Constituency 2, Honorable Kalikwe Napoleon. He has been kidnapped today around 8 in the morning. So we are trying to make contact to see how he will be released, but to no avail. Election is going on. So whatever anybody has in mind, the motive behind the kidnap will not materialize. So that's what we are.
The current Rivers State Commissioner for Energy and Natural Resources, Uchechukwu Maximus Nwafo, has been arrested by military personnel in Omuma local government area of the state. Maximus Nwafo was arrested with electoral materials by the military and handed over to Omuma Police Divisional Headquarters in presence of the area commander in charge of the area. Meanwhile, the publicity secretary of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, Darlington Nwauju, has raised an alarm over threat to his life. Nwauju, who spoke after armed thugs ambushed his younger brother and inflicted machete cuts on him, said the same thugs have been trailing him. Speaking on the arrest of the River State Energy Commissioner, Nwauju said he has also reported to Nigerian police and the army about the incident and want Nigerians to be aware and hold members of the People's Democratic Party responsible should anything happen to him during and after the election.
The Commissioner for Energy Resources, who was arrested by military men with arms and live cartridges, including electoral materials, which is snatched from one of the units in Omuma local government area, has been handed over to the divisional police officer in Omuma. And that was done in the presence of the area commander in charge of Omuma and Oyibo. We want to challenge the police to make sure that the same speed with which they have prosecuted several APC members in the past couple of weeks, that they will deploy that tact to ensure that these 7 commissioners should face the wrath of the law.
Members of the All Progressives Congress and Social Democratic Party in Rumwekene, Ward 15, in Obiakpot local government area of River State, have called for the cancellation of the election result from 12 units out of 14 units in the area. Chairman of the Social Democratic Party, Wolu Ndidi, and the APC chairman in Rumwekene, Omar Samadi, expressed concerns that INEC would conduct elections without result sheets. They also criticized the traditional ruler for getting involved in the process by warning residents against coming out to vote candidates of their choice.
I wonder why the stool of rulemaking, being our Royal Highness, decided to involve in politics. I wonder why he now thank Raya by saying nobody should come out. If anybody do, that they are going to apprehend such people. And we will decide to do the needful. But I'm surprised at the end of the day, PDP decided not to upload results. And there is problem everywhere. I just want entire Nigeria to know that there is nothing like election.
It's very unfortunate that the PDP did not allow the INEC officials to upload the result through the beavers. We won this election free and fair. But my fear and my doubt is, why did the PDP refuse us or refuse the INEC to upload this result? And the result was to be uploaded through the beavers. So they should tell Obunda, like Okemini, and Chimene, Chinda to bring back the beavers machine they took from Unit 8.
Also reacting to the development, leader of the All Progressives Congress in Ward 15, Unit 12, Nana John Tassier, accused INEC officials of aiding the rigging process of PDP, threatening that they will resist every attempt to change the polling unit results.
What the other parties want to do, they don't want to count the result right here, but we insisted that this result will be counted here. I don't know what is their problem. Upload everything. If they don't do it, this will be void. There will be no counting for anything. So nobody can stop everything we are doing here. But if they refuse to count it, there will be a lot of problem in this place, because these very next officials that are here refused. The leader came with $1. I was showing $10. It's a very unfortunate that I didn't come with camera. I would have snapped him and sent it forward. So what I'm telling you now, that see, as you are here, they should count this result for us. Not everything, that all of us should go home and have a peace of mind.
On the foreign scene, North Korea claims that about 800,000 young people have volunteered for military service to fight against the United States and other enemies. The country's state newspaper said that the volunteers, who have promised to completely wipe out North Korea's enemies and unify the two Koreas, signed up for enlistment or re-enlistment in the military at state-organized events yesterday. Describing them as the country's youth vanguard, the report said the volunteers are students and workers who had stepped up to defend the homeland and to destroy the enemy. The mass enlistment yesterday came a day after North Korea launched a Hwasong-17 continental ballistic missile, and 6 days after South Korean and U.S. forces began 11 days of joint military drills, dubbed Freedom Shield 23. In sports, Novak Djokovic has been ruled out of next week's Miami Open after the Serbian was denied an exemption that would have allowed him to enter the United States despite not being vaccinated against COVID-19. Being not vaccinated against COVID-19 remains a requirement of international travelers, but Djokovic had hoped to be granted special permission to enter the country. The policy is expected to be lifted when the government ends its COVID-19 emergency declarations on May 11. Tournament organizers said they exhausted all the options in an effort to secure him a travel exemption. The 22-time Grand Slam winner has also withdrawn from the Indian Wells Open. And that's it on the World News at this hour on Today95.1fm. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The River State Governor, Nyesom Wike, and former Governor Rotimi Amechi have disagreed over INEC's conduct of today's governorship and state assembly elections in the state. You hear that low turnout and alleged suppression of voters have marred elections in several polling units in River State. We told you that soldiers have shot dead 3 thugs attempting to hijack electoral materials in Ogbakiri in Emoha local government area. On the foreign scene, we brought you a report that about 800,000 North Korean youths have reportedly signed up for military service to fight against U.S. and other enemies of Pyongyang. That was the news that's edited by Prince Ajubo. For comment and inquiries, please call 081-838-92850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Gloria Karibi Tumbry. Good evening, many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a petroleum mentioned? Do you think I used to climb from tree alone in this building?
So, yeah, you see, you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Red is passion. Pink is for unconditional love. Blue is for loyalty. While black is secretive and mysterious.
Baby, tonight.
Let's talk about love. The passion, the bliss, the betrayal, and everything in between. On Lovey Dovey. Mondays to Thursdays from 11 p.m. beneath the night sky with the Amaka Felix on Today 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that.
Solutions.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are.
You're a slave. Let's not get to that now. So in Nigeria, that constitution.
You spot the difference now?
You see me?
It's another amazing week. It's another great opportunity to be tuned into the program Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better. The one and the only program where they for you, where they bring microphone, calm your domot, make you safe, talk the matter where concern you. My name na Ekpedeme, aka Super. Today on Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better, we dey go back in time again. We dey go back 2017 for one town hall meeting where Afi host. And the discussion was on why Naija people dey show so much passion for foreign football matches, pass the kind of passion where they get for the local league matches. I know say, as I dey talk to you now, some of you will not even know the name of your local football club. But make me listen to this town hall meeting.
Naija too like football. I be not be so. You only need to visit the viewing centers on match days to experience Nigerians in their thousands bursting with passion and emotions for their favorite foreign football clubs. Estimates say millions of naira is spent by these football lovers patronizing merchandise and souvenirs of these clubs they support. But with football and generally sports being seen around the world as a powerful tool for development and even a promoter of peace, why do Nigerians look abroad, that is, into the foreign clubs? Why do they not support local clubs with the same passion? What can officials, players, and you, the people, do? On the panel to discuss this is the chairman of the League Management Company, Shehu Diko. The League Management Company, LMC, He is the organizer, promoter, and regulator of the top-tier football league in the country. We also have Kelechi Onwudiwe on the panel. He's covered the local league for years as a sports journalist and football commentator for Super Sports. You're both welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's not match day yet, but in the hall are football fans who have come to talk their own on this matter. We expect the same passion that you put on match days here. Am I going to have that? Yes. Aha, so you're all welcome. A round of applause for yourselves. So let me start with Kelechi. Yeah. What would Nigerian society gain from a stronger local football scene?
Absolutely everything. Employment for our youths. A departure from youth engagement in vices. And of course, absolute excitement and entertainment for the millions of Nigerian football fans. They say whatever sport you choose to support in Nigeria, football is at the very top.
Okay. Yeah. So, Shehu, I would ask you, what would Nigeria society gain from a stronger local football scene?
Well, I think I will stand on all what Kelechi have said, but we that are on the saddle, we think far, far beyond that. We see this football, if you can get it right, which we are all trying to do, it will be another economy on its own. Based on our calculation and analysis, to start with, there are over 38 sectors of the economy that can benefit and can drive jobs and employment through those sectors that are totally independent of football. But if the football works right, that sectors will get much, much better and create so much jobs. Our thinking is that we can put as much as a minimum of 500,000 jobs on the table if you can sort this football properly.
Now, I want to ask the audience, how many of you here support local football league clubs? That gentleman wearing red, what club do you support?
Heartland.
Heartland?
Yes.
But you're putting on a Manchester jersey.
For the local. But for the international,
so why did you wear your Heartland jersey here?
Yeah, because I wanted to get the new one for this season, but I'm yet to get it, so I'm putting the international one.
Okay, we had somebody here.
Yeah, Niger Tornadoes.
You're from Niger State?
Yes.
Okay, you're being very patriotic. Okay, so what about those who don't support? Why don't you support local football?
Because no security and bad referees.
Okay. Yeah. What's your name, please?
My name is Sabojet.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is David. One, the picture quality is awful. Two, the quality of the football itself on the pitch is nothing to write home about.
First of all, my name is Grace Yaro. I think when Mala and Diko is saying we have to get it right, I want to know who the we are.
Okay. So, Shehu, who are the we you're talking about?
Well, you see, when I said we, it's a collective responsibility. There are people in charge. There are people that are the actors. There are people who are the followers.
Shehu, last I checked, I remember introducing you as the league management company chairman, right? Yeah. So you as the chairman, what is it that you have to do?
We have done all that we have to do, and we are doing it.
Do you think that LMC has done all they have to do?
Hold on. Because you might not have the basis because you are not following. If you are following, you will know what it's all about. You see, at the beginning, when this league started, I tell you, I was part of the people that started the league. We know what we want to achieve. We know what direction we are going. But before you know it, practically by 2012, the league have collapsed. The league ran for 15 months to do a season. Clubs were paying for referees. Players were earning maximum 10,000, 20,000. That's the salary. When the LMC come on board, all those issues were resolved, were sorted. All the documentations that need to be put in place were put in place. What is the next step? The next step is to see how we can roll in the money into the system. From 2013, when the league was running for 15 months, there's no money and what have you. Now we are at a stage where clubs, the winner of the league this year, earns over 100 million. And then the team that finished last is earning over 55 million. From fans that are coming, less than 50, 20 fans in the stadium, now we are having the last match that we play, Rangers, El Kanemi, if anybody have watched it, that match was globally. That match we have more than 30,000 people in the stadium.
Let's hear from the people. Yep. We have the guy in blue there.
My name is Michael Odenyi. One of the biggest problems is that away teams in Nigeria hardly wins. We be at home.
Do people agree with this? Yes.
a bottom table team will be at home, and then the next thing, you see them winning 2-0, 3-0 against a top flight team.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kingsley. I want to talk on the security issue. Officials sometimes blow rubbish as a result of threats on their life. Now, I am looking at it from that perspective because sometimes when a referee officiates a match accordingly, the way he ought to, before the match ends, you discover some persons are in his hotel room already waiting for him to beat him up and all of that.
Okay, thank you. Give it to the gentleman behind.
My name is Mobolaji Ajani. My question is to the chairman of the LMC, Shehu Diko. Have you taken your time to study how South Africa developed their football domestic in less than 10 years, that the quality of broadcast is very close to what you see with the so-called international broadcast?
Thank you very much for that. We're going to start with officiating. Now, the league management company has written to the Nigeria Football Federation requesting for the immediate exclusion of 12 referees from officiating. So does that mean that there's a big issue with officiating?
No. Not the way people are taking it.
But 12 referees, that's a lot.
No. 12, it's not referees, 12 match officials, which means the entire 5 people that participated in the match.
So you still think it's not a lot?
No, it's not a lot. Let me give you the statistics.
Oh, it's not a lot?
Yeah, let me give you the statistics. You see, we have to be fair to the referees as well. Referees are also human beings. All over the world, we watch football. We see referees at times can make one mistake or the other. Last year, in Nigeria League, we have the highest away win ever in the country.
You had just 22 away wins from 342 matches.
You're talking of the last
season.
The last season. This year, because
you
we
said
removed
what?
The other one's 32.
Oh, you said last year.
Last year was 33 or 32, I guess, something like that.
But then, let's actually look at this away win thing. Now, because 22 away wins recorded from 342 matches this last season.
Yeah.
Champions Rangers won just 3 away matches. Mm-hmm. Now, there were 116 away wins to the English Premier League last season. And the champions, that's Leicester, won 11 on the road.
Let me tell you why.
Oh, there's a reason.
Yeah, when you don't look at the whole structure and the system. Number one, if you go to England, they used to have what they call the top 4, the top and what have you. Why? Because you always expect Man United, Arsenal, Chelsea, the big team to win. But in Nigeria, if you look at it, all the teams are almost equal. They have the same pool of players, they have the same pool of coaches, they have the same kind of money. So the team in Nigeria are totally balanced. And therefore, the only difference that can be in any match is maybe the comfort that I'm having playing in my home, I'm used to my pitch, and also our infrastructure is an issue because our away team travel a long distance to get to the venue for the matches. So they always arrive there very tired and what have you.
Okay, Kelechi, you've been a commentator with Super Sports for years now.
Yeah.
But even here, some people have complained of the local matches or the domestic matches, that they are not television-friendly matches, that the quality is also an issue.
I will say something about
Somebody actually said awful here.
Well, awful depending on what you watched. We have plenty good pitches in Nigeria right now. Now there are those that are bad, that are not very good, where matches do get taken. But there is a focus by Super Sports on projecting a lot of our friendly matches. And the OB vans, they use 3 for one production. Each of them is about $15 million. Now, the equipment inside is a digital, satellite television station inside a van. Some of them are actually severe shaking. You know how our routes are. Actually dislodges what it is. So we carefully choose where we go.
Okay, so that's the thing. The issue now is fans really don't understand all this technicality.
The pictures, I do not believe. No, we try to tell them there are seminars that are held by the LMC,
it's not just
by
about
Super Sports.
The Super Sports. It's also about our local television stations. What is happening with them?
Can I give you... Hold on.
No, we'll show at this point. Show. Let's talk about security. Now, Sunshine Stars, Abia Warriors, Ikorodu United FC of Lagos, Heartland FC of Owerri, Warri Wolves, FC Ifeanyi MFM FC of Lagos, and the proprietor of FC Ifeanyi, that's Dr. Ifeanyi, were all sanctioned for various degrees of crowd violence this past season. What are you doing about security? That's so much.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's so much. How many?
How come you still don't think it's so much? Do they have to?
Up to 10? No,
should you even have the security?
No. We shouldn't. We should not.
Talk your own. Make Naija better.
Remember, at the beginning of the program, I mentioned that this was held back in 2017. So make we come back to the present, 2023, this moment right now. What do you feel talk about the rate of violence on our football pitches, especially during league matches for Naija where we dey? You can text us on 0708-282-1279. Again, the number now 070-8282-1279. And you can also reach us on our Facebook and Instagram page at BBC Media Action Naija. Just type on like that. It could just pop up. We are verified, so it won't be hard for you to find us. Before we listen to the rest of how this town hall meeting take continue for Lokoja, make we go on a short break.
We're taking a short break. Short break. Talk your own. We'll be right back. You're back on Talk Your Own. Talk Your Own. Make Naija better.
This is the story of two friends who lived in the same neighborhood, Smart and Lucky. Lucky didn't accept the COVID-19 vaccine and stopped everyone in his house from being vaccinated. Before you can say Jack Robinson, there was a COVID-19 outbreak in the area. Lucky and two members of his family got infected. Lucky was sick and couldn't do his business for months. Now, even food to chop no day. His nephew got very sick. The thing no end well at all.
We did all we could, but he didn't make it.
But Smart's case did different. Everybody in his family was vaccinated. Only one person got infected and his symptoms were minor. Who would you rather be, Smart or Lucky?
Protect yourself, family, friends, and community from COVID-19. Get vaccinated sharply.
Do it for love.
Do it for love.
Do it for love.
If you're just joining us, this is the program Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better. Before we go back to the matter where bring us come this week, I just want to ask Una, you don't collect your COVID-19 vaccine? Remember, say authorities don't come out all the COVID-19 protocol inside Naija because a lot of people don't already take the vaccine. Not be say the disease don't come out pata for the country. So may I ask again, you don't collect your own. Anyway, make we go back to the matter, and the matter now the passion where Nigerians get for foreign football matches past the kind passion where they get for the local league matches.
Talk your own. Talk your own. Talk your own.
We should not have it in the beginning, and that is why you have the rules and regulations.
Okay,
Hold on.
Okay, now, do you think this is much? Well, a lot of them are saying it's too much.
You see, yeah, because you take one isolated incident and you now generalize it everywhere. That is why last year we went and signed a pact with the IG office, and the IG has set up a special squad to deal with football matches in Nigeria on all the venues. They are there. But at times, regardless of how good the security is or however best to try to do it, some people might try to breach it, and that's why you have them there to control it.
So what does LMC do in such situations?
What we are doing to make sure that we increase the security, make sure that we have a lot of awareness and create awareness to the fans to understand that there must be a winner, and the winner takes what should not happen. This year, the LMC made over 70 million from the sanctions we gave people. Last year, we saw how West Ham, the same thing, stone Manchester United bosses when they want to play. Last year, we saw how Everton and Manchester United, they were even knife. People were even struck with knife. The people in the UK will not take it to make it an issue. They try to allow the security and people to deal with it.
Someone actually mentioned going to observe, matches in other countries like South Africa. Is there anything like that the LMC is doing?
Well, we are going beyond that because we have a technical partnership with La Liga in the first place, and for the first time, La Liga have an office in Abuja, and that office is in our office, and we are working hand in hand to observe what they are doing and to get and domesticate what we could have. But I want to tell the person who made that question, this issue about this football, you need to understand it. It's about the infrastructure, and I tell you that infrastructure cannot be provided by the league.
So who provides infrastructure?
Okay, hold on. Let me give us an example. In 1992, when they are starting the Premier League, the British government came in and put down about £200 million on the ground, not to give the clubs. That's what they used to sort out the infrastructure. And
so who's supposed to provide this infrastructure?
We have been talking to our government and what I would say, do this This money is not for free. As of today, the British government is making over £2 billion in taxes.
You're listening to Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better, and this now the town hall meeting edition of the program. Today now football with a yarn on top of the program, and we they ask whether Nigeria football fans they support Niger League clubs as then they support Oyibo ones. Let's hear the issues that you have. Please, I need women too to speak up.
My name is Kauna Izang. I think the reason why they don't play with passion is because they are not motivated.
Babatunde Ojo, my question is this. What is the LMC doing to keep the core of the best of our players in Nigeria so that they don't move abroad and before you know it, you hear them playing in the Sudanese league, going to Iran to play football?
Okay.
I'm Ogenyi James by name. I just want to know one thing that makes Nigerian football innovative. Just one.
Okay, thank you. Sure, we'll come to you. You have so many questions to answer.
You see, somebody talk about the welfare. It's the same issue we are facing. If the clubs are owned by the government, and the same government are owing their civil servant 18 months, 20 months, so the players will surely be affected. One player is leaving for Sudan today, and that club is paying him about $10,000 a month, $10,000 a month. The highest player in Nigeria is about 1.5 million, I guess. So until we get more money where we can pay the players better, but at least we are getting better. We started the issue of, okay, no more sponsorship of one person sponsoring the league. We want to break it for any company to come on board. And now the Premier League in England did the same thing as well. They stopped Barclays and opened it up for everybody. We did it first in Nigeria. I'm giving you bonus for winning away. We give you bonus for drawing away. We give you bonus for getting £5,000 in the stadium.
Okay, let me hear from this gentleman wearing cream.
My name is Haruna Manu. I am saying it's an innovation. Sometimes back, you win, home or away, no any innovation, no any bonus for you. But now they have introduced a bonus. You go, you win away match, you get 500,000. It's an encouragement.
Okay, so the man beside you is shaking his head seriously. Can you give him the mic?
Yeah, my name is David. I'm not sure we should be dwelling so much on away wins because at the end of the day, why would you base it on money? This gives incentive to be able to, for clubs to actually go out and bribe their way to win the games. I see it as no big deal. If you play well, you should be able to win wherever.
Kelechi, what do you think will make a difference for people, for fans to begin to have interest in Nigerian football?
Well, in terms of bringing fans to the stadium, I should think we should look at the entertainment value for those who are coming. In many stadiums, you get big scoreboards. They're never used, except maybe when the Super Eagles go to play. If the scoreboards come on, the fans see themselves, they love that, it gets them back to the stadium, they get to see some of the actions and they change their, perspectives about what they had thought earlier. So the fans, I don't think they are getting enough fun. We could make use of the Nigerian entertainment industry. It's a global brand right now. We don't get movie stars, musicians or comedians, on match days. But this is not the LMC's call now. It is the clubs. They need to have their shirts sold. They need to have identifiable, clubhouses where people can go and get information about these clubs.
All right. So what would make a difference for you? What would get you more interested in Nigerian football?
For me, I think the LMC need to raise the big stick. If at the beginning of registering clubs, you put down some rules like clubs posting bonds. If they really posted the bonds, we won't have the issue of salaries for players. Because once a club renege in paying salary, you can go back to the bond, collect the money direct, and pay the player.
What's your name again, please?
Grace Yaro.
Michael Ibua. My own area is about marketing. If you can market the clubs and the jerseys, like we are asking this, my brother, why he was wearing a Manchester United jersey. Because some of our local or domestic clubs does not market their jerseys.
Thank you. Let's pass it on.
For me, basically, it's publicity. Like, I know, if you watch DSTV, basically, I know they're a South African-based company. But now, by the time they advertise, like, Orlando Pirates versus Kaizer Chiefs, they advertise it so much, you're like, okay, who are these guys? Let me just go and watch it. Because they've been in your face for the whole week. So, just publicity for me.
Okay.
My name is Michael Igoche. For me, what will make a difference is in the security. I want to hammer on that security because I am dying to go to the stadium to support. I want to support a Nigerian team. Security facing the people, not watching matches while matches are going on.
Thank you, please.
My name is Babatunde Ojo. I want to talk about the pitches, playing surface. Last season, Abia Warriors and Atlant playing grounds, they were looking like ranches. Abia Warriors especially, the grasses on the field they were as tall as up to the knee level.
When was that?
Last season. This just concluded season.
No, please don't go there.
Okay, it might look like an exaggeration, but the playing surface last season of Abia Warriors, the Umahia Township Stadium, was not into right.
No, sure, we'll get to that. You have an opportunity to speak. Sorry. Yes, please.
For me, I think it's the quality of the pictures is not catchy.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's how we come to the end of today's discussion.
From afar, and you just a superstar. You got me wondering who you are. I can't get you off my mind. Think about you all the time. Something deep I feel inside for you. What bottle of gin and juice to my room seduce me. Talk your own.
After this show today like this, I go just go find my local club jersey, go wear, so that means I go to rep them now. Abi, how you reason now? What will you want the new leaders that will emerge from this election to do differently so that the quality of local league matches go improve for this our country? May people show the same level of passion where they show for all those foreign leagues, may they show the same passion for this our local league. So what would you like them to do? You can send us a text message on 0708 282 1279. Again, the number now 0708 282 1279. Or you can send us a DM on our Facebook and Instagram page at BBC Media Action Niger. Until next week, me and you, we fit jam for stadium where we dey cheer our local team they go. My name na Ekpedeme, aka Super. Bye.
Talk Your Own is made by BBC Media Action Nigeria